Welcome to the GCSAA TV live stage here at the 2023 GCSAA Conference and Show. I got it right. Sponsored by Envu. The stage has been really filled with celebrating achievements and discussing innovations. We're really grateful to our Envu partners for supporting our live stage. And I now share the stage with Sunbelt Rentals. Jonathan Teague is Strategic Account Manager for Sunbelt Rentals.
Yes, sir.
Brian Bonlender, who I know, a golf course superintendent at West Bend Country Club, Central Wisconsin?
Southeastern.
Southeastern Wisconsin. Anyway, thanks for taking the time. This is really we had a lovely conversation backstage, which sets us up for this. And Jonathan, I want to give you a chance to, being the only rental company here at the show, tell us a little bit about Sunbelt Rental in case people don't know.
Sure. Sunbelt Rentals has been around since the 1980s. We have grown. We started in Charlotte, North Carolina. We've grown to 1,100 stores plus in the U.S. and Canada. We're in 48 states. Most recent, Anchorage, Alaska. And so we cover all number of products in the rental business. So we obviously are known for dirt equipment and high reach equipment, but we also carry, we have about 10 different business units.
Okay.
So we do large power generation, large AC and heating operations. We do ground protection things. We do large pumps for pump bypasses.
Okay.
We also are in the temporary structures business,
Okay.
which we can come in and build a structure temporarily, usually 6 months plus, and then we can power it and cool it or heat it, ever how you need it. So temporary clubhouse, for instance.
Okay, so among that list is golf. Golf is a pretty unique thing. Some of those things you mentioned were fairly unique as well. How did you get involved in golf?
So Sunbelt, about 15 years ago, decided that this is a really growing industry. And so we put together a team of people like myself, and we have been in the golf business and specifically with all our different business units have dialed in on golf as a big business and fits our product lines. So we've been able to foster a lot of relationships with that. And so much like the one we have with Brian. So that's been a good thing, and we've become good partners with lots of the construction companies in the golf industry. It's
a very we had the golf course builders on here yesterday.
Yes.
Justin and John McDonald, the president of McDonald and Sons Construction, and we were commenting that golf has gotten better, healthier. People have come back and found golf and sticking with it. And the money that the industry seems to be generating, some of it is going into the building industry to make those deferred maintenance, to start to get involved with deferred maintenance. Hey, I've needed to fix this for 7 years. If we don't fix it, I'm going to spend this much labor to keep it going, so we better fix it. And now you have the money to do it. So it's a very timely period to be involved in this business. So the natural question before we get to Brian is, how did you get involved working on the West Bend project?
So we have a contractor and a relationship with Brian, and so when he knew he had a project coming up, he thought of Sunbelt because we have a previous relationship. And he took care of the equipment for the contractor, and his team and their team worked together to do his renovation.
So what does that mean? It's that a golf course superintendent started working with you instead of the contractor necessarily working with you. Well, talk about that from your perspective, because you obviously work with the contractors, right? You just said you work with all kinds of builders. And how does it come about that, or is there an advantage for you maybe to work directly with the superintendent?
Absolutely, it builds a relationship, so when projects are coming, that relationship helps us help them throughout the process. So just our general relationship would be any number of products that they may or may not have, things that might be broke, specialized pieces of equipment that they might need for just a week or so. So there are all those things like that kind of start the relationship, and then through that, the building process will, we've worked with these guys. They have a product line, many product lines that we're able to use.
So Is there a cost advantage for him working directly with you versus through a contractor? And also the local benefits.
So the cost benefit to the rental industry is on a rise as opposed to owning equipment, which traditionally construction in all facets has been to purchase equipment. With the industry growing at 10+% the last few years, we have been able to move in the right direction because people have to transport equipment and they have to have qualified people to work on equipment. And that's where your real cost savings is. And we're, with 1,100 stores in the US and Canada, we're able to be in places that you don't always have equipment.
Yeah, with 1,141 stores, there must be one in central Wisconsin.
Yeah, there's definitely a few in the area.
Did you have a relationship with your local Sunbelt person? Had you rented equipment from there before the project?
So I've rented equipment from Sunbelt probably for the last 12, 15 years.
Okay.
We blow out stuff like that. We'll get a compressor, small projects.
Okay.
Get a piece here, a piece there. But anytime we have a large project, we've gone to Sunbelt because they can provide what we need.
Okay, so let's talk about that large project at West Bend. I have some history at the great state of Wisconsin that still warms my heart to this day. But I'm so old, my students are sending their kids to get educated now. So, Brian, it's good to see you. I know the previous superintendent, and you've been at this place for a really long time.
Yeah.
So when a renovation gets undertaken, they didn't take it lightly at West Bend. Why did they do it, and why now?
So this was a project that actually was 4 years in the making.
Okay.
COVID kind of slowed some things down a little bit, but we got into it. Realistically, we're trying to take our back nine and make it more like our front nine. We have a Langford Merle front.
Okay.
Our back was done by David Gill. So this is a process to turn everything more Langford on the back nine.
Okay.
So fairway bunkering, green surrounds, past projects we've done greens. So we're slowly taking that process and converting it to make it like our front.
Okay. So what does that involve? Is it greens? Is it routing? Is it bunkering? What is it? Tees?
It's really fairway bunkering and green surrounds as much as anything.
Okay.
Green surfaces, we're still working on getting to a few more of those. We'd like to get to those.
Yeah.
But it's really the bunkering on the whole golf course. Volcano-like greens on our front, and the back is a little more mundane. The land's there, which is what allows us to do a project like this to enhance it.
All right, so you like the surfaces, so you didn't get involved with the surfaces too much.
Not too much. We've done a few. We'd like to do a few more, but for now we've only touched a few
And when you went to do the bunkers, it was a particular kind of bunker you put in?
Yeah, so flat bottom bunkers,
right?
Which is big, huge grass faces.
Nice. Okay.
And from my side, it's minimalist, right? We don't have to have liners. We have clay bottoms. And
nothing fancy underneath.
Nothing fancy underneath. Drain tile, and away we go. So it's
it's
really a nice process. And actually, this project, from my viewpoint, I'm sure there's a lot of guys that like with this. I lost 2 bunkers in the project. They went grass. I have 2 less sand bunkers. It's fantastic.
This is a good thing,
This
right?
is a great thing.
I think we need to embrace potentially taking these hazards out, because I think the data indicates pretty clearly they take as much, if not more, maintenance time for the amount of area that they are.
Right,
for the amount of area they are and the amount of energy you have to put into keeping them. Certainly building them right and getting the right sand. You got plenty of good sand in Wisconsin as well. So that's a good thing. Now, when you went about this, obviously it sounds like you're moving dirt. You had a contractor. Let's talk a little bit about your relationship with the contractor that you brought in and the architect. We didn't talk about the architect.
So architect's Kai Golby. We've been working with him since 2010.
Okay.
Been really great there. So he's come in, he shapes, he's in the machine, he's the one doing the work.
Okay.
As far as the final architectural work, that's on him. But bringing in golf sculptors this year was great.
Golf sculptors.
Golf sculptors.
And they're out of
Florida.
Okay.
Bringing them in, skilled labor. We've done a lot of projects in the past just with my staff.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Did you also support them with your in-house stuff?
Yep, and
but
we did.
You weren't carrying the load.
Correct.
Your staff wasn't carrying the load.
Yeah, we didn't carry the load. We threw in help. We had a couple rain days, so you get a little rain, you get behind. We wanted to move some bent grass around, so my guys jumped. My guys are more than willing to jump.
Okay,
and they love this stuff.
Timeline. When did you? So it was 4 years in the making. When did it start, and how did it progress? Where is it now?
So we started the project with moving ground finally last fall. So around the 26th of September we started.
Okay.
4 weeks later, everything was off property, gone, done, wrapped up.
4 weeks, so you had good weather.
We had great, for Wisconsin in September and October, we had great weather.
So you did 9 holes of bunkering.
We did 3 holes.
3
holes of bunkering, yep.
3 holes of bunkering.
Yep.
That was the project, 3
That was
holes
the
of
project,
bunkering.
yep, correct.
Okay, so, and you took out 2 bunkers on 3 holes.
Right.
Did the surface area of the bunkers decline, get reduced as well? Do you have less, not just less number of bunkers, but the bunkers, did you change them dramatically with the faces?
So the biggest thing we changed is by adding the grass bunkers that we added on our fairways and around our greens.
Yeah, yeah.
We added more bank mowing. That's what we added.
Okay.
So
fly mows.
Fly mows, vertical. We use a
right.
Steiner for
All right.
vertical mowing and
All
stuff
right,
like
good.
that.
All right, so let's get to the Sun Belt relationship from your perspective. I mean, we've already sort of outlined, you know, sometimes it's with the builders. What about the superintendents, the diversity of products they had available, your previous relationship?
Yeah.
Let's talk about how this came to this. Was this something the contractor said, or you said, hey, why don't I get the equipment?
This is something we've done for years just to kind of control costs. By us doing them in-house, that was one way to control it. We tried to do things in-house. We brought in contractors in the past, but I always try to rent the equipment.
Okay.
I know what we need. I've been through this so much. It saves the contractor a little bit. These aren't huge projects, especially right now. Some of these contractors are on jobs for years. This was a 1 month in out.
Okay.
So it helped me control a little bit of cost. Contractor didn't have to worry about it. You know, obviously all the conversations, hey, what do you need for equipment? I had the checklist. I knew what we were looking for.
Right.
I was fairly certain there was nothing else we were going to need. But Sunbelt, even though we made a change, I think 3-4 days in.
Okay.
You know, hey, I need another knuckle for this other excavator. Any chance we can get that? Boom. Knuckle shows up. Now I've got 2 machines with knuckles on it.
Okay, so that's what I was going to say, because my experience with construction, even if you have decent weather, something always happens.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
an old place. You didn't even. I'm assuming you knew mostly where everything was, but you never know. It's like, well, I didn't even know that was there from the
Right.
20s or whatever. So being able to get that customer service from them, hey, I need this thing. How do you make that happen? Do you just happen to have that knuckle at the store, Jonathan, or does your network then make it easy for you to get what you need? Talk a little bit about how you can be agile.
Well, being with the Golf Solutions Group with Sunbelt, I would love to have these things at every location. But no, we had to use our network, and that's the strong part of Sunbelt is we have the ability to do this with 1,100 stores.
Right.
So we made the things happen. A knuckle's pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
You just put it on a pallet and ship it and
Did it?
FedEx, just like anything else.
Okay,
So
good. So this made a lot of sense for you to do. Were there hiccups?
As far as equipment, no hiccups. It was great.
And the weather went good?
Weather.
You have a charmed life, young man.
Well, if anyone's ever worked with Kai Golby, usually the rain follows him. So
Okay, Kyle Golby, the rain follows
so
him.
he
Okay.
could break a drought anywhere.
Okay, so
but-
everybody wants to invite Kyle Golby around
Oh.
when we need rainfall.
Yeah, but no,
Okay.
this went smooth. I mean, for only having 3 days really where we lost
Okay.
to weather, it was cold. I mean, for September everybody was a little. I mean, you're not expecting 28 degrees in middle end of September there. We took a
Okay.
cold snap, and there again, so you get delays, right?
That
You can only
made the
get
land a little easier to work, right?
It did absolutely. Yeah, it absolutely did.
Huh. So you do it again?
Oh,
So
yeah.
for small projects with that are going to have a limited amount of time, contractor from away,
Yep.
I would say everybody's in a lot of demand.
Yeah.
This made you able to be nimble, right? To
Correct.
get it done. And
Correct.
quick, and the members won't notice a thing by opening day.
Right. Yeah, it'll be ready to roll my opening day.
Okay, well, thank you both for taking the time to join me. This has been a very interesting conversation, and I think the whole theme of how some of the benefits that are happening in golf are making their way into the construction business and, lo and behold, the rental business, and how this can be a benefit economically, logistically, for you to get your work done. Yeah, thanks both of you. Good to see you,
Absolutely.
Brian.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you.
Frank Rossi. This is GCSAA Live TV. Brought to you by Envu. We'll be back with a segment in a minute. We're live at the 2023 GCSAA Conference and Show, and it's Thursday morning, so everybody knows why I'm stumbling here. So thanks very much for joining us. We'll see you in a little bit. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Appreciate it.
Here at West Point Country Club, we've got our renovation project for the fall of 22. Our goal through the years of renovation here is to match our front nine and back nine. Front nine was done by Langford Moreau. Our back nine was not, so we're trying to take all those features and bring them to our back nine. Architect is Kai Golby. We've been working with him for many years, over a decade, I believe, at this point. And then we're also working with Golf Sculptors International just to get the work done. My staff is a maintenance staff. We can definitely do the work, but Golf Sculptors are the professionals at this. As you can tell, looking over my shoulder, there's a lot going on already. Day one, we're excited. It's a lot of work, but a lot of fun at the same time.
We're here at the 16th hole at West Bend Country Club. We are in the process of taking what was a wooded hillside and creating some William Langford style bunkering. And the Langford bunkers that were built here in the 1920s were built with a steam shovel. So we're trying to emulate what was built with the steam shovel by using modern day equipment that we've leased from Sunbelt.
We call them grass bunkers here at West Bend Country Club. All grass, no sand in these fairway bunkers. Big steep faces. This hole will have 2 fairway bunkers for sure, one left, one right. And then the green surround will be renovated as well, drop down and give it almost a volcano-like look of what our front nine is. We have a few other things that we'll do with this project. 17 will be a bunker renovation. We will just mix, basically it's renovating the sand bunker, pushing it in closer to the green. And our 18th will be a little bit of green surround renovation. We'll be adding a little bit of approach and making the surround once again look like the Langford Moreau, steeper sides, runoffs, and such as that. The beauty of Sunbelt, and as big as they are, this is great. We've got equipment that they trucked in the last few days from over 90 miles, 120 miles away to get what we need. This morning I wanted to change in a small equipment. It's a 2-hour ride. They made the adjustment. They got the equipment I need. So we have it here sitting here tomorrow morning to keep going on the project.
Sunbelt is a large rental company, but you get the small town feel. You've got the power, the complete power of Sunbelt Rentals making it happen behind the scenes. It comes from across the country. A couple of the bigger pieces of equipment, the larger excavator and the larger dozer, came from one of our earth-moving division stores in the Chicago area. But the dumper may have come from as far as the East Coast, or it could have come from New Mexico. That's not uncommon, pulling these specialized pieces of equipment from the East Coast to the West Coast just to get them where they need to be.
The timeline is about 2.5, 3 weeks for this to get it from this stage to being regrassed and looking like a golf hole. And really, it's all weather. I mean, as long as, or if we don't hit more of this rock. But the timeline, we shouldn't have any issues.
Having the equipment that's reliable and is here every day, running and not having breakdowns is key to getting this whole thing done. In all the dealings I've had with Sunbelt, I expect nothing less. This is going to be a great time just because of that equipment and its sourcing. This is huge, not only for the golf course, the club, its members, but it's also something as a superintendent to take a lot of pride in doing this and making these conversions. So it's a lot of fun on my end as well.
Day 5 renovation here at West Bend Country Club, moving along nicely. We've got 1 fairway bunker, almost finished, a little topsoil left. We're working on putting irrigation back around this current bunker behind me, the green side, and we're already on to the right side bunker on 16.
I've been doing this for over 30 years. I grew up on a William Langford golf course. I'm able to come into this spot and think about all the other Langford golf courses I've seen and where he had a hillside like this, where a bunker like this that's a little different, what you might be able to do to fit in with the William Langford style.
We always call it the bat wing effect. Got one kind of perpendicular to the other. So the right side bunker right now is the bat wing to the one that we put in the front side on left. The landing zone looks like it got a lot smaller, let's put it that way. Once everything gets grass on it, it's gonna really pop and see the shadows and the uniqueness of it. Irrigation went right through the middle of what used to be a hill here, used to be a bunker here. So we had to reroute some irrigation work. So the back side, you can put that line back in. One more line in the front, that'll be hooked back up. A little bit of wire run and we'll be back in operation.
They've got from 45,000-pound hydraulic excavators down to an 11,000-pound hydraulic excavator. They've got large track skid loaders, 35-horse landscape tractors, four-wheel front dumpers, the knuckle attachments on the excavators, John Deere 550 dozer that architects are using for shaping, all the way down to sod cutters.
Since the last time we brought in another knuckle bucket on another excavator. So now we have two big excavators running with knuckles that do finish work and really keep the progress moving.
We've worked in Europe some, in the UK, and almost every excavator has a bucket like that. A lot of them will turn 360 degrees. And so if they're working in downtown London or a city that was built in 1400, there's not a lot of room, so they use those buckets a lot. But for golf, it allows us to almost sculpt like you're using your hand.
Yeah, that's a paintbrush. That's a guy in a machine that's using it like his fingertips. He's really good. Amazing what they do with these big machines.
At Sunbelt, we have a Golf Solutions division that takes us from the very beginning of the project to the end of the project to where we can focus on those specialized assets that the golf course superintendent uses all the way to the golf course general contractors, to the shapers and the architects, and it allows us to stay focused just on those pieces.
Timeline right now as we look, the next 2, 3, 4 days, we'll start probably topsoiling, getting these prepped for sod. Plan right now sometime next week, start sodding these. Once we get these sodded, I'm sure we'll also have a crew starting to demo the next part of the project in the 17, 18. This is the big chunk of the progress. We get through this. The next two are a lot smaller, a lot quicker in scale. So another week from now, we should have grass on the ground and we'll see what it really looks like.
Welcome back to the GCSAA TV stage. We're really excited to give a great presentation to you. I'm the host for this segment. My name is Adam Miller. I'm with the USGA. I'm an agronomist in the Northeast region and director of our education program. And I'm excited to have this conversation with a good friend and colleague, George Waters. George is manager of Green Section Education in our program and has a fantastic background both in golf course maintenance and in golf course architecture and construction. So George, welcome.
Thanks very much, Adam, and it's going to be a tough act to follow with those border collies over there, but we'll do the best that we can.
We will. So today we're going to talk really all about tees and some interesting research around tee inventory and tee placement and things like that. So we will get started right away with the conversation. There's a lot of excitement out on golf courses, especially since the COVID boom. Lots of renovation, lots of resources being invested into golf courses. And tees aren't necessarily the most exciting part when it comes to a golf course and thinking about renovations, but they play really a pivotal role in the golf experience. So, George, I want to get started with the first question. Why do you think it's really so important to be talking about tees, doing more research on tee usage, and looking at the investment that the USGA team has researched into tees?
Yeah, I think the point that you made, Adam, there in your introductory remarks are really good ones. We're talking about a time where rounds are basically higher than they've ever been. We've had multiple years of 500 million plus rounds. It's only happened 4 times in history, and 3 of it has been the last 3 years. So rounds are still way up over what they've been in the sort of 2017 to 2019 period. So a lot of interest in golf. We've got a bunch of new golfers. We're sort of up about 1.5 million new golfers over the past several years net. So that's with people coming and going. We're still up more than 1 million new golfers. The demographics of golf are shifting. We're seeing more female players, more women playing, more girls amongst the juniors that are playing. And so that's sort of a changing thing that we're adjusting to right now, along with the interest. And like you said, we're seeing almost unprecedented levels of investment, renovations happening everywhere, courses busy taking advantage of the time that we're in and making improvements. And so that makes this a really good time to be talking about tees in that context. At the same time, sort of with all those positives, we still have a lot of the same challenges in golf that we've always had. We did a recent customer satisfaction survey, and a round of golf landed right about dealing with the federal government or dealing with an airline, which is not exactly anybody's favorite activities. And so that's a little bit disheartening when you see that, and it suggests that there's definitely room for improvement. We've got that interest, but what are people finding when they come to the game? What are people finding when they go to the course? Are they having the experience that they want to have? Courses are busy. That's awesome. When courses are busy, pace of play is a problem. And that's always been kind of a problem in golf, and it's something that's been worse over the past several years because courses are so busy. And that's one of the big reasons why people leave golf. They come, they find it slow, it's taking up too much of their time, it's tough for them to continue with the game. And so the great thing about tees, and the reason why it's so timely, is we've got all this interest in the game, we've got investment in the game, we've got many of the same challenges that we've always had. Tees are a really affordable way to help make some of these things better, to give people a better experience because they're playing from a place that fits their ability better, to help speed things along so that they're not struggling and so that the group behind them isn't watching them struggle. And obviously the more shots that you take, the longer the round takes. And so tees are an affordable, pretty simple way to make some pretty meaningful improvements in the golf experience.
And tees, no question, they've gone with the game of golf since it's been around. And when we think about doing research on tee use and tee inventory, there are some obvious observations that golf course superintendents and owners and operators have made for decades. So 2 questions here, I guess. Why have we really looked closely and invested heavily in doing research on tee use, on tee inventory? And then can you talk to me a little bit about what that research really looked like?
Sure. The point that you make is a really good one that we all see in our routine experience as golfers, as professionals in the golf industry. Oh yeah, people play from too far back. These various issues that we're sort of familiar with tees, and it gets to be kind of like everybody knows this kind of thing. But it's really hard to make meaningful decisions on sort of anecdotal, everybody knows kind of statements. So when you're talking about investment and you're saying, hey, we want to make the tees better, everybody's playing from too far back, if you don't really have some good hard data about where the pain points are, where the key issues are, you can't figure out where to direct that investment to have the biggest impact. The other part of it is that if everybody knows these different issues with tees, we've still been making bad decisions about tees and not addressing these problems for the same history of the game. So everybody knows has not been a good way for us to guide our decision making to this point in golf's history. And so we undertook this research to really try to pin down the problems, get away from everybody knows, and get to here are the real facts of what we're dealing with, here are the opportunities, let's really address these problems in this way, in the most efficient way possible. In terms of the research that we conducted, this was a multi-year process. We did surveys of golfers. We surveyed 20,000 golfers in one survey. We surveyed PGA and LPGA professionals, and these are the folks behind the counter, teaching professionals working at facilities, not touring professionals, and really got their take on how they perceive these issues, what can be improved, what the challenges are for them as the people sort of boots on the ground dealing with golfers on a day-to-day basis. We looked at score posting. We've obviously got our USGA GIN database to reference, which gives us access to a lot of insight into golfer behavior. We looked at our course rating database to understand what are the tees that people have today, what are the distances that they're at, and where are the opportunities there. So that's kind of the broad brush of what we studied, but it was a lot of data, which was really good. We're fortunate at the USGA to have access to a lot of that data and to get some really good information.
So with the research results, what did we really learn about tees in the U.S., the tee inventory side of things? I'm sure there will be some, again, yeah, we knew that, but let's dive into the numbers a little bit. What did that look like?
We learned a lot, and I'll just kind of bring up a few key points here. This is male tee score posting, 44 million posted scores from 2020. And the really important insight that I think I want to point everyone to here are those numbers in red there. After the back tee gets to about, we've got back tee, all the middle tees, and then the forward tee. So basically forward tee, back tee, and everything else is counted as a middle tee in this table. When the back tees get beyond 6,600 yards, we see the score posting drop to less than 10% of the scores. So you're talking about a pretty small fraction of use on these tees as they get beyond a certain length. When you get over 7,000 yards, you've got less than 5% of people posting scores from those tees. And so that kind of points to where the drop-off point is on what we need in the back tee end of the spectrum. And the interesting thing about that is, you know, we often hear about, I mean, as Adam said, I worked a lot of my career in golf course design, golf course renovation, and the talk about wanting to get courses longer was always one that came up in those conversations. We really need to get some more back tees. Can you help us find some more back tees? The reality that we kind of came to through this research is that we might be adding those back tees, but the vast majority of people are not using them. So that might not be the best place to invest. That doesn't mean that adding back tees is a bad idea, that you shouldn't do it at your facility. It just means that if you've got limited resources and you're trying to evaluate one project or another, the back tee might not be what you need beyond a certain point. On the forward tee side of things, this is female golfer score posting, plus or minus 8 million scores posted in 2020. And the interesting thing here is when forward tees are on the longer end of things, 5,000 yards and above, 4,800 yards and above, you see the vast majority of female players choosing to play the forward tee. And the reason is because it's already too long for them. And so they've got nowhere forward to go. They don't have an even choice to make of, hey, this tee could be good for some of us, this tee is better for the rest of us. It's only when you get to that sort of 4,400, 4,600 yard range that you start to see more of an even split of people making a choice between the forward tee or the one that's immediately behind it. And that kind of highlights the level of choice where you've got a good, fair choice for forward tee players that the players behind them have always had of, okay, I'm going to play at 6,000 yards. I've got a tee in front of me if I feel like using it, and I've got one behind me. This is the right fit for me. A lot of forward tee players don't have that choice when the forward tees are at a certain length. And so when we got into the sort of median numbers and really understanding what courses have out there, the median back tee is 6,500 yards for courses in the US, which tells you that basically most courses have adequate yardage to accommodate the vast majority of players. That's not all players, that's not the college kids at your course that are hitting it 300 yards, but this covers the vast majority of your paying customers. The median forward tee, on the other hand, is almost 5,000 yards. 40% of golf courses in the US don't have a forward tee shorter than 5,000 yards. And so when you evaluate those two ends of the spectrum and see the numbers in that light, it points to a bigger opportunity on the forward end of things, the way that we analyze it, as opposed to the back end of things. Like I said, it doesn't mean that adding length is the wrong thing to do. It just means that if you're looking to pick up more players are going to use a forward tee at 4,400 yards than players are going to use a back tee at 7,000 yards. And so that's the sort of evaluation that we want courses to think about. And especially in the context of a bunch of new golfers coming to the game, more female golfers playing than ever before, more people with slower swing speeds playing. All of those things point us towards an increased emphasis on putting more thought and a little bit more investment into those forward tees. And I'll give you a good example. The average female golfer, which we're talking about in terms of swing speed, driving distance, we did a bunch of golfer performance research to really understand this. They hit the ball about 140, 150 yards off the tee. Well, that player playing the median forward tee yardage golf course in the US, 4,951 yards, is going to have 5-iron or longer into 17 out of 18 holes. That's including the par threes. And that's assuming that they've hit their average to good drive, which obviously most of us hit, an average drive only about half the time, and then a bunch of them are some of the other stuff. So, and there's a bunch of holes even within that where they still can't reach the green regardless. They hit a good drive, they cannot reach the green physically in regulation. It's just not within their capabilities. And so, I'm sure all of us have played a course that was too long for us once in a while. It can be a novel test, but it gets steady. A diet of that gets old. And at least we had the option when we chose it. For a lot of people, that's golf every day, is longest clubs in your bag, repetitively hitting the longest shots, and struggling. It's not easy to hit those clubs again and again and again, especially if the greens aren't designed to receive those shots. And so it's understandable why players on the forward tee spectrum can be dissatisfied with what they're being offered. It's because they're not being given an option that really fits their game.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, both from the new golfers, but also the existing golfers. And when I think about that satisfaction score of 69, I wonder what that looks like if it was separated just by the forward tee players, because I've heard so many people make this comment, and I feel probably the same way, that if I constantly had to hit my longest club into all the greens, I think that would be a really frustrating golf experience for myself, and I may not love the game as much as I love it right now.
Well, we've done research into that specific question, and it's not surprising that shorter hitters, golfers who are less skilled, are often among the least satisfied players because, at least in part, because of that issue.
So let's move into what are the opportunities for improvement. Again, there are some things that maybe are obvious for folks, but where should we really be having these tees? So
we kind of identified a range of teeing options that would cover, in this table, covers 97% of golfers. 3,600 yards to 6,800 yards you can cover a good fit for just about everybody at that point, with some combo tees in between to make up the difference. Now, the big asterisk to put on this is just a ballpark range on the ends with sort of a ballpark 400 yards in between. That matches with people's capabilities, with the skill levels that we see out in the marketplace. This does not mean that these are the numbers of the tees that you should have at your golf course. That's something that you want to work out with the help of a golf course architect. There's obviously a lot of work that has to happen when you're laying out tees on a course in terms of the topography, in terms of the architecture of the course, whether it's an existing architecture or a new design. There's a lot of different things to think about. These obviously need to move around a lot in real life. The spacing is not going to be exactly this, but this is the sort of range that we want to let courses know will cover just about everybody. Now, the sort of asterisk on that is, for a lot of courses, they don't have this currently. They don't have this many tee decks currently. They don't have these opportunities currently. And it can feel daunting to all of a sudden, like, now I need all these different tee decks. I don't have irrigation for this. I don't have a maintenance budget for this. This isn't what we're built for. And so that's certainly understandable. And I mean, this is a new construction. They're accounting for it. It's harder when you've got an existing course to cover that whole range. So if you're kind of thinking about, okay, well, here's sort of the range that covers everybody, where can I make the most improvement without trying to reinvent my golf course or blowing up my maintenance budget? That 4,400 to 6,600 yard range that we kind of talked about is a really good place for most courses to start. And a lot of courses are in a good spot with that on the longer end of things. The real improvement for a lot of places is on that forward end of things. And the good news about that is, for most courses, adding forward tees is a relatively light lift in terms of an investment. The area that you're talking about to add a forward tee is typically irrigated, not always, but it's at least smooth. People are passing over it. It is within the envelope of maintenance for the most part, so that even if you need to add some irrigation, it's not usually a big grading operation, and they can be fit in pretty easily. They can be fit in pretty affordably, and they're going to be there for a lot of golfers to use. And so that's sort of a really good illustration of why it's important to dive into those numbers and really understand the players at your course, really understand the inventory that you've got and where you can make the most improvements.
So it's a really good point in terms of the maintenance side of things, or even just, you know, having that many sets of tee markers out there and what that looks like from mowing tees and tee efficiency. And I think the big takeaway is that we've got so many golfers, we've got so much competition for those golfers. This presents a fantastic opportunity for golf courses to separate themselves and provide a really good golf experience for a potentially a larger group. So there's likely to be an ROI with respect to adding those forward tees. So that's for sure. There may be something that you have to do on the front end, but I think long term there's definitely an ROI there.
Yep, 100%.
So let's move into the decision-making part of selecting a tee when you're out on a golf course. And, you know, obviously there's room for improvement within the inventory side. I think we've really covered that. But how are golfers doing with tee selection? And this is an interesting part of the research that I'm excited for you to touch on, because there's almost a part of this that's social science and psychology. So how are we doing with the existing choices that we have?
I think it's going to come as no surprise to a lot of people that there was a pretty strong feeling amongst the PGA and LPGA professionals that we surveyed that golfers are routinely playing from a set of tees that's too long for their ability. We all kind of see this in our normal lives on golf courses. A lot of us are probably guilty of this from time to time. Like, I know that I've done it once in a while, so it's not surprising that 92% of those teaching professionals working at courses felt like it's either extremely common or at least somewhat common for people to be playing from too long. At the same time, nearly all of them said that in their opinion, people have a better time when they're playing a course that is a good fit for their ability. That sounds kind of like, yeah, no kidding, except for the fact that they're not making those choices. And so, yeah, no kidding, but at the same time, they're not necessarily making those choices for themselves. And so that's going to be kind of a theme that we hit on through a bunch of these things. And golfers kind of admit it too. I mean, we surveyed 20,000 golfers. More than half of them, almost 60% of them said, yeah, I do feel like a course is too long for me, at least sometimes, if not often. And we looked on the back end of things at score posting and what we know about sort of the correlation between hitting distance and handicap. And we're able to sort of estimate that about half of male players and close to 3/4 of female players are in a position where they're playing a tee that's too long for them. Now, some of that is because of decision making. Some of that is because they simply don't have an option that fits their game better. But basically all signs kind of point towards people from playing from a little bit farther back than you'd think. That's something that a lot of people feel like they know. This kind of puts a number on it and says, okay, this is a fact. Your eyes aren't lying to you. This is true. And, let's go from there.
So in terms of tee selection and figuring out like what's a good fit for me, like I personally have found generally between 63 and 6,400 yards is a good fit for me. But even that doesn't travel when you look at certain golf courses that maybe have different features and lots of elevated greens or things like that. So what can golf courses and golfers sort of do to figure out how they can find a good fit for the tee for that particular player?
Yeah, and this is a conversation that we had really early on in this research is we were talking about, okay, you know, golfers aren't playing a tee that's a good fit for them. Well, what does a good fit mean? Like what when you're trying to tell a golfer, we think you should be playing a course that's a better fit for your ability, what does that mean? And we came up with a really basic standard for it. You know, a set of tees is a good fit for a golfer's ability when they can comfortably reach the fairway on par 4s and par 5s. That's pretty basic, but it's not something that people always have. Reach most greens in regulation. That doesn't mean hit greens in regulation. That doesn't mean that you're always finding the green or you're always hitting good shots and getting there. But that if you hit 2 good shots on a par 4, you're physically able to be in the vicinity of the green more often than not. Not always. Obviously, some of the most famous golf holes in the world are so long that it's tough to get there in regulation, and part of the strategy is dealing with that and how, okay, I can't reach there in 2. Where am I going to set myself up for a chip and a putt to try to make my par? That's part of golf course architecture. That's why you work with a golf course architect. But that in general, you're getting a chance to be in the game there, and that you're getting a chance to hit a variety of clubs, that it's not always driver, longest club in my bag, see where I'm at after that, that you're getting a chance to hit some short irons, getting a chance to hit some middle irons. It's a long day when you're hitting long clubs all day, and it's fun to hit some shorter irons and have a chance to get shots closer. And so that's kind of the basic standard we worked from. That's something that we had widespread support from with our partners in the LPGA and PGA of America. They felt like that's a really good way of kind of looking at it. And so that was what we kind of built from on that. And it kind of correlated with what golfers told us they wanted. More than 3/4 of the 20,000 we surveyed said it's important for them to experience the design strategies of a golf course, right? To be playing the course at least somewhat how the architect intended it. And there's very few courses out there that were designed to be played with the longest club in your bag on every single shot and for you to not be able to reach half of the par 4s when you're playing them. That's just not really what the design intent was in most cases. And so golfers say they want that. We need to help them get that, and that it's important to play a balance of different shots during a round. Now, we go back a little bit to where we were on the first slide of this section. These are the things they say they want, but they aren't always making decisions that allow them to accomplish these goals for themselves, and there's a bunch of reasons behind that.
Yeah, that was what I was going to get to next, was sort of the million-dollar question of how do we get golfers to actually use the best tees for them. And you know, I've had in my travels conversations of very simply just saying, you know, do you want to make more birdies or more pars? Like, this is the carrot, this is the opportunity, improve pace of play, that sort of thing. So how do we get them to use the right tees then once we have them?
I mean, one thing I'll say on that, that's an interesting thing, is that, you know, we put a lot of emphasis in golf on the importance of challenge, right? That that challenge is part of the game, the difficulty is part of the game. And I think changing that conversation a little bit is an important first step, because for most of us, like, golf being too easy isn't really a big problem. Like, I don't know a lot of people that finish around a golf and are like, that was just too easy for me. And so thinking a little bit more about your own enjoyment and getting golfers to think about having fun, because they say they want to have fun. That's obviously the number one reason why, when we surveyed, people say they want to play is to have fun. Challenge is part of that, but having an opportunity to accomplish these kind of things that you see on the table there is part of it too. And so golfers don't necessarily need to try to make golf more challenging for themselves in their tee selection. If anything, it's the opposite, and just let the challenge of the game take care of itself. But beyond that, some sort of really basic things that popped up during our research: encourage golfers to measure their hitting distance and get an actual, like, a measured understanding of what your capabilities are as a player. Thankfully, there's a lot of technology out there now that is affordable and pretty readily available, whether it's at the facility, whether it's something you buy yourself, whatever, at a golf store, that can let you kind of get some of this information. And it makes a big difference. Just knowing that can help you make better decisions. Getting all tees rated for all players, and this is sort of falls under the category of like destigmatizing tee selection a little bit. For some reason, we've decided that, you know, the tee that you choose is going to have a bunch of stigmas attached to it, whether it's, a red tee, that's going to be called a ladies tee by some people, or a silver tee is called a second tee is called a senior tee. These different kind of stigmas obviously make it harder for people to make good choices for themselves. That's something we saw in our survey research. Golfers said, a pretty significant number of them said, yeah, I'd be reluctant to choose a tee that I felt like wasn't for me, that was for a group that I didn't really identify with, whether I was younger and people are calling it the senior tee, or whether I'm a male player and they're calling it the ladies tee. Trying to get away from some of that stuff is really, really important. And something as basic as just having all tees rated for all players is a really simple thing, because if a tee isn't rated for a certain group of golfers, in a way that just says, that literally says, this isn't for you. And so choose something else. Well, if I want to play the forward tee as a male golfer, shouldn't I be able to? Shouldn't I be able to post a score from that tee? And so that's something there was widespread agreement on, and something that's just a basic, simple thing to kind of destigmatize. Now, a lot of players don't post scores. A lot of players aren't worried about handicaps. So there's other stigmas that are still involved. The color of the tee, like we kind of talked about, and I'll show you a table in a minute, but the color of the tee, the name of the tee, the way the tees are presented, do they all seem like they're, legitimate tees? These kind of things that we can do to kind of make it seem like, make the choice as neutral as possible, are all really beneficial. And then just changing the way that we talk about tees, right? And getting away from saying ladies tee, senior tee at our facility, behind the counter, in our sort of daily vernacular. There are very few tees, hardly any, in the United States that are actually named ladies tee. I mean, we went and looked at it, searched it, and there's almost none. Same with senior tee. So those names are labels that we're putting on things as golfers. They're not things that are out there in the marketplace being called that. Getting away from that. And then kind of making tee recommendations and this discussion of, what's a good fit for you, making that more of the culture at a golf course. I mean, if you think about most service industries, a lot of you are in from out of town this week, it's not uncommon to go to a hotel and have them say, hey, you're in town, what kind of food do you like? What would you like to do? We'd be happy to point you in the direction of some things that we think are going to help you enjoy yourself. You go to a restaurant, they're going to have different recommendations for the day. They're going to talk about pairings. They're going to talk about different things that they think will help you enjoy yourself there more. That's not something that we're offended by as customers. It's something that we're happy about. In golf, it's a little bit different, where it's a little bit more of a customer knows best. Talking about tees and recommendations on tees is something that, don't tell me, I know how to play golf. So trying to change that conversation and have some more of those discussions, we think is really positive. And that's something where the measuring component takes it out of the sort of personal evaluation of somebody's game, and it's more objective. It's like, hey, look, we've measured your hitting distance. Here's where you're at. Here's the facts of the tees that we've got at this course. Here's what's going to make a little bit more sense. And talking about that measuring issue, 56% of golfers we surveyed, and we surveyed a lot of golfers, had never measured their actual hitting distance. They hadn't been to a simulator, they hadn't been, didn't have a TrackMan at their course, whatever it might be, never took a lesson and had swing speed measured. Not surprisingly, I think all of us are probably at least somewhat guilty of this. They tend to overestimate their ability. When we did golfer performance studies, we had golfers out on a driving range with a TrackMan, and we'd set them up to hit pitching wedge, 7-iron, and a driver. But before we did, we'd ask them, how far do you hit each one of these clubs? And then we compared what they said they did to what we actually measured. Not surprisingly, the longer the club was, the more they tended to overestimate it. Pitching wedges, they had a really good understanding of how far they hit their wedges. Drivers, they tended to overestimate by about 8 to 10%. That might not sound like a big error, but if you think about it, if you hit the ball 220 and you think you hit it 245, that's a big difference in the decision making that you might make. And it's also kind of a big difference in your perception of your round. So you've gone and played a tee that's a little bit too far back for you because you think you hit it farther than you do. You leave that round feeling like, I didn't really have it today or whatever. It's not true. This is actually how you play golf. Like, you played a very normal round for yourself. You didn't have a bad day. You had a regular day. And you don't necessarily know it because you've kind of overestimated your ability a little bit and made a decision based on that.
So a couple follow-ups with that. So first off, I think it's interesting to see 56% of golfers, this was 2020, correct?
Yep.
56% have never measured their hitting distance. And I think with some of the swing speed technologies and the hitting distance technologies are becoming more and more affordable. So I'm guessing as we get into the next 5 years and 10 years, that number will go up, and hopefully that will help address this challenge. And then another part of it, and I'm sure I'm guilty of this too, is even if you know your hitting distance of your driver, for instance, what distance are you picking? Are you looking at your average hitting distance of your driver, or are you going with, oh man, I laced that one, I hit that 260, that's my hitting distance? And in the sweet spots and drivers, that's a whole nother conversation. But you know, our average versus our long are two different things, and that's a real big factor that I think people need to understand.
These numbers match up, the overestimation matches up almost perfectly with what we would call people's good average. Their average good shots on the range were what they thought of as their average, and not their true average, because they kind of forget the bad ones a little bit, which is good. It's important in golf to kind of put the bad shots behind you, but you want to at least have a realistic estimation of what your capabilities are. On that issue of tee color, this is like a silly thing, right? But it actually really does play into people's minds. When red tees or forward tees, people think of them as a ladies' tee. That color alone is a little bit of a flag for folks that, this is a ladies' tee. We saw a really strong association with that. We saw that sort of across that red, white, blue, black kind of tee spectrum. The traditional tee colors all had a weight attached to them, whereas something like green or orange or these sort of random colors really didn't have the same stigma attached to them. The good news about that is it's like the easiest thing in the world to change, right? And it's as simple as just, you can just put the red tee on the back tee. There's a lot of really famous golf courses that have done that.
Shinnecock Hills and National Golf Links are two of the ones that I reference all the time in terms of the back tee is the red tee.
And I'll tell you another funny story about a course in our area, really difficult golf course that hosts a bunch of our USGA championships, that hosts PGA Tour events. They had the sort of traditional red, white, blue, black arrangement. They switched their red to the back to try to kind of encourage people to use forward tees more. And then a problem that they were having, because it's a popular course, because it's a famous course, members were bringing guests out. They'd bring a bunch of guests out, and their guests wanted to play the blue tees. These are the male guests that they bring out. They want to play the blue tees. They play the blue tee at their course. They want to play the blue tee here. Well, this is a way harder golf course than your home course. So what they did was they just switched blue and white, and they moved white behind where the blue tees are, and people would show up and say, hey, I want to play the blue tees. And their host would say, that's great, let's go play the blue tees. Well, blue's 6,200 yards and not 6,600 yards. They're getting around a lot faster, and they really never looked behind them to see, am I still playing the second tee from the back? They didn't even think about it. They just played blue. And so there's ways to kind of play around with those things to break some of those stigmas up a little bit. Obviously, tees don't need to have colors at all, and they don't need to, they can have a number. They can all be the same color. They can be made out of wood. They can have names. They can have names that reflect, the history of the course. They can be symbols. There's so many different ways to deal with this other than the sort of traditional red, white, and blue that obviously kind of has a little bit of an issue associated with it. So why not just make it a little easier for people to make a good choice?
And I think to follow up on that too, an interesting part that I've seen a few courses do with respect to their tee markers is that is actually an opportunity for some branding or to draw out some of the unique parts of your course. If you've got a history of it, this used to be a farm field, but it had a certain part of that farm field that was intriguing. That's something to think about with respect to what the tee locations or what the tee markers actually look like. There's maybe some marketing opportunities there.
We've hit the big time when the water comes out onto the stage for you.
There you go.
All right.
Awesome.
And a good example of that, I worked at a course in Los Angeles that had an oil drilling history on the site. And so they fashioned all their tees into different shaped drilling bits that kind of were reminiscent of the heritage of the site. And it was something that, became a conversation piece for people when they brought people out that say, hey, what's the deal with that? Oh, well, actually, so it can be fun, and courses should have fun with it and should make themselves unique based on it. The stigmas also go kind of beyond just tee colors, tee names. how tees are presented matters to people. It makes a difference. People want to feel like they're playing, that they're choosing between comparable options. And so a really good case to kind of work through is these situations where a tee, from the distance standpoint, I mean, these forward tees that we're talking about, a lot of the time, would be located out in the fairway. They're far enough forward, really, that they should be past where the fairway has already started. And so it can make a lot of sense to locate some of these forward tees within the confines of the fairway, mown short grass all the way around it. People had a really negative reaction to the idea of just 2 tees set out in a fairway, and that was going to be the new forward tee. More than half of players said they would either have a big problem with it or at least a problem with it. And the reason is kind of obvious because it doesn't feel official. It feels like an afterthought. It feels like it wasn't designed. It feels like somebody just kind of threw some tees out there in the fairway. But if you just took the simple step of saying, okay, well, we've elevated this tee slightly above the ground surrounding it. We've given it a shape that makes it look more like a tee. It's still all mown as fairway. It still ties right in, still maintainable. It still ties in with the fairway in the same way. But just giving it a little bit of a craftsmanship, a little bit of a physical presentation that says, hey, this is a tee. It's got a plate on it. It looks legit. 3/4 of the people that said they previously had a problem with tees in the fairway said that alone would make it better for them. And so that's an easy thing to do, and that's not an expensive thing to do. It doesn't impact the maintainability of it. Yep. It's just saying to the person, this is a real option. This is not something less than the other options behind you. This is a legitimate place for you to play from. And a good illustration, we went to a course in Tacoma last year, and this is the second tees and the forward tees were within the fairway confines. They're shaped into little plateaus, each one. They match up with each other. They're using, as you can see, sort of neutral colors, white and green for the forward tee there. They have a plate on them. They look like a good, legitimate option. They're consistent with the other options on the course, and so you've got people using them, people enjoying them. You've got a gentleman here playing with his wife, and they're both playing from that same set of forward tees. It's a simple enough thing to do. It's a good example of why you want to work with a golf course architect, because you want to kind of get these things right, put a little effort into them, make sure that they're presented the right way, and you can get good results from it.
And this image, before you go to the next one, George, I think is a great example of adding a tee without really adding much maintenance time. I mean, obviously you've got to get off to move the markers, and that's one of the most frustrating parts about mowing tees in general. But the fairway mower can still ride over it. You don't need to have that strip of rough necessarily around it, where you're really separating one management program from another. So it's neat that just that change of bumping it up a little bit had such a big impact on what folks were ready to do.
Yep, and then on the other side of that coin, there are some courses that just don't want to do the tees in the fairways. It's just not part of the culture. It's not something that the management's comfortable with, whatever the reason might be. There's opportunities to do things. If that forward tee is supposed to be out into where the fairway is, you can also shift the fairway line farther forward. If it really matters to people to have that tee surrounded in rough, you can usually move the fairway farther forward without having it too big of an impact on the players behind it, because they're easily reaching the fairway from the tees that they're playing from, and that fairway is that far back to accommodate the shorter hitters. Well, if the shorter hitters are moving forward, that might give you a chance to shorten up your fairway, as you see in this photo. The tee is still surrounded in rough. It's presented just like the other tees, green tees for the forward tee and not red. And it matches more with what they're accustomed to at this facility, and it's still considered comparable and a good fit. And so that's an important point too, is that making tees that are comparable doesn't need to mean excess. It doesn't need to mean that you need to add more to the tees. You could take some of the ball washers and garbage cans and flowers that are on some of the other tees away if you want to make them all more comparable with one another.
So a couple follow-ups on that, George, and one thing that I think is really huge is if you're adding a forward tee and you have the opportunity to reduce the start of that fairway, obviously you're probably going to end up getting rid of a lot more fine turf, fairway acreage, because of the width of that. And a forward tee, being maybe, let's say you're adding it and it's 1,000 square feet, the width of a fairway, even if you're taking only 15 yards off of it, is probably going to be closer to 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. So the net change in fine turf acreage that you're maintaining is really significant. So I wanted to ask 2 questions associated with that. First and foremost, is there any sort of a rule of thumb with respect to what's the carry distance that a course should have from the forward tee to the fairway? And obviously topography and that plays a role, but that's question number 1. And then question number 2, any tips in terms of tee location on the edges of fairways or that kind of thing for folks looking to do that sort of thing?
I think the answer to both questions is the same. It's get with a golf course architect when you're making any kind of physical changes to your golf course, especially with tees, forward tees included. Get with a course architect so that you're considering what's necessary for each one of those holes, depending on the shot that you're talking about. And that's going to be a big, big asset. There's plenty of examples you see where courses have decided that forward tees are an easy enough project that, well, we'll just do them with the staff in-house and we can just kind of figure it out on our own. And you end up in these situations where they've put the forward tee, they didn't want to put it in the fairway, so they put it way off on the edge of the fairway. Well, kind of sets off an alarm bell to the player of like, hey, everybody else is lined up over here. Why am I driving all the way across the fairway and I'm out here in the middle of nowhere? Like, yeah, it's surrounded by rough, but this is kind of a weird arrangement. You get weird angles. You get it where the bunkers, the forward tee player has now got a bunker right in front of them off the tee, which is about the last thing that you'd want to have. So that's why it's really important. Getting good locations, getting a good carry distance, all those things are the benefits of working with a golf course architect. It's a little additional investment to work with a course architect, but it's what's going to help you make sure that the investment that you've put into improving your course makes sense, that it's lasting, and that it's going to be a good fit for your players. And then the other one is, in that same vein of, learning about your game, learning how far you hit the ball, part of that is having a mechanism to kind of translate that into a choice. Like, okay, now I know how far I hit my drive, or I've been measured. How do I turn that into a choice? This is something that we've been working on with our partner associations, going through our analysis of golfer performance and the teeing options out there and trying to find, we've been beta testing some different options of, okay, if you know your 7-iron distance or multiple clubs distance, let's translate that into a recommendation that a course can use, whether it's behind the counter conversation, whether it's a conversation you have with the starter, whether it's a conversation you have with your golf professional during a lesson, whatever the case may be, let's make those recommendations available to people on the back of the scorecard and a poster by the driving range. But really, we think the most important part of it is the interaction that you're having with the staff at the facility and having those sort of boots on the ground, bought in, and kind of helping promote that, hey, here's a way for you to choose. You're new to this course? How far do you think you hit your 7-iron? Let's talk about that. I saw you in your lesson last week. I know how far you hit your driver. Let's talk about that. Here's a good fit for you based on this system. And we think that's going to help people have more fun, enjoy themselves, play faster, all those good things that we've been talking about today. We're working on this still. It's a work in progress, but it's something that is going to be coming out with the help of our partner associations sometime in the near future.
George, so final question, and this is a difficult one, but I want to capitalize on your expertise and your experiences. You've spent a lot of time overseas and working on golf course projects throughout the entire U.S. and obviously very closely tied to this research. So one of the things you touched on early when we started to move into the decision-making process around tees was the challenge that the game of golf presents. And I think a unique part of golf in the U.S. is we're very focused on score. We play mostly stroke play. Do you think if there's more emphasis on match play or those types of things, that would have any influence on tee selection? Or is that, hey, this is just where we're at in the U.S., we typically play a lot of stroke play and that's it?
I think that match play offers a lot of benefits in terms of things like pace of play, in terms of fun. You're obviously hitting fewer shots in match play. It can be less irritating because I hit a couple balls into the woods when we're playing and that's it. We're just walking to the next hole and call it good. And it's not like my whole round has been undone by one really bad hole. I don't necessarily know that it has a big impact on tee selection. I think a good thing about it in terms of tee selection is potentially that you're less concerned with, you know, the challenge that the course is presenting you and more focused on the challenge of your match with your opponent. And so I think it can help there. I mean, as you know, overseas, they do tend to kind of push people. It's a little bit more of a hard push more than a recommendation of you guys are playing from here. And I think American golfers tolerate it when they go over there, but in our survey research, that wasn't something that they loved the idea of. But so you're generally playing shorter courses over there, and people are more focused on that match than what they would find otherwise. Perhaps here, if you're playing sort of a stroke play and you're more focused with you on the course. But I don't know that it necessarily helps with tee selection. It certainly helps with things like pace of play, enjoyment, those kinds of things.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate the answer there. It's been a fantastic conversation. Really looking forward to seeing where this research can continue to go, and obviously the more feedback we can get from practitioners, superintendents, teaching professionals on the success stories associated with learning about their tee inventory and then the different ways that they're helping golfers choose the best tees. It's going to be an exciting time. So thanks for your opportunity to chat. It was
Thanks
great.
to everybody for coming out and listening. Enjoy the rest of your day. And
Welcome to Coral Creek Club, and today we can talk about the renovation that we did here in 2020. It was basically a 6-step goal plan, and within that plan it was dealing with tees, realigning tees, redoing bunkers, taking out bunkers, adding bunkers. A lot of that was due to the strategy and how much the game of golf has improved since when it was built back in '99. And then also the greens had shrunk significantly over the years, so we wanted to recapture all the square footages on the green surfaces. We did 4 kill sprays out here prior to the renovation, and after everything was done, we stripped everything off all the tees, surrounds, and what we did is when we took out the old greens mix from the greens, we came and recapped our tees back with it. So a lot of elevations on tees have changed, but also we made the tees bigger and then we realigned them. Originally the course was done with 419, but you were starting to find some zoysias, even some paspalums, so people were testing a lot of grass. After we went and did the kill sprays, now what we changed, we went wall to wall with Tiff Tuff. So all of our surfaces out here, tees, fairways, roughs, approaches, everything is all Tiff Tuff. And then we have Tiff Eagle on the greens. We're at the green side bunkers, and I gotta tell you, during the renovation, it's probably my favorite bunker setup that we did. Before they were all flat, round, and they were just very way out. And what we did is with the Fazio design team, we came in and because we have such a great elevation on this green here, that we did a double tier of the bunkers, and it's just a phenomenal setup for this hole around the green. So these are probably some of my favorites that we did here. When we went into this renovation, we didn't go all the way down and replace all the gravel. So what we did is I sent out gravel from every green, and I did an acid degradation test to make sure that all the gravel was still sound in here. And then what we did is we took out the first 9 inches of the old greens mix, and we got back down to beautiful greens mix. So the organics over the years, we probably accumulated close to 7 inches of organics in 21 years. So we got all that taken out, we took it back out, we added more mix. Then we came in and refloated everything back out. And then a lot of the greens had gotten really flat, and they lost a lot of their characteristics from the original design. So now we have a lot more movement. There was not really any challenges on selling the renovation because everybody knew that it was due. Obviously the membership wanted to see a great improvement of already a great golf course that was out here. And then by implementing this 6-step goal plan that we had done with the Fazio group, we were able to achieve that. and I think we hit, we nailed it.
This event right now, we're getting ready for the President's Cup. It's the largest one I've been a part of, and it's pretty impressive. We've been preparing for a while, but really those last couple of weeks are where you're really trying to dial everything in, making sure you've got it as perfect as possible, getting last minute details taken care of, making sure you've got the supplies on hand, just any kind of obscure part that you may need. You go through a mental checklist and make sure you've got everything where you think it should be. Working with Greenville Turf has been really good, especially this last week. Trying to get stuff in has been kind of a headache, with all the tournament stuff going on. And I had several things I had to order this week, and they were able to get it to me quickly. Everything came in prior to the tournament so I could get all my stuff set up. They really provided me with good support in that end. Rick's always good. I get a call from him at least probably once a week or so, and hey, anything you need leading up, So it's a good company to work with.
Here today at Quail Hollow for the President's Cup, volunteering here this week, help Keith and the staff out. Happy to be here and be able to lend a hand where we can. I am Keith's salesperson for all of his John Deere needs. Work with Jason, obviously. We always make sure for the large events that we get some, extra equipment up here for them, tournament support equipment, backup type equipment, so that they have, all the extra pieces they need. We typically try to make sure this week that we have service available on the ready. If something should happen here, that they wouldn't have the part, and then we would make sure that we did the best we could to try to get that rectified for them.
We're all John Deere here. The quality of cut is superb. And when I go out there on the golf course and see what the after cut appearance looks like, I'm very impressed. I'm very proud of it. We do take a lot of pride in, the quality of our greens cuts and our fairway cuts, and we work hard with that. But the equipment that we've got makes it a little easier to dial it in, I think. I try to get out there as much as possible. Obviously, the guys, Keith and the guys, are out there all the time. They see it. So really, it's a constant communication between the two of us. Working with Keith is good. He really does push you to try and challenge yourself, and you've got to be on top of your game. Coming to Quail, it's a whole new world here. It's not just coming in and turning a wrench and going home. There's a lot of attention to detail things that, most other places don't have. I guess I was really not prepared for tournament golf. Never really had an idea of what it was going to be. I do enjoy tournaments. While the weeks leading up to it are long and hectic, but during tournament week, it's fun. You see all these guys that you see year after year. We get the same volunteers coming back. A lot of our old employees that have gone off to other golf courses, you get to see them again. Tournament golf is a different environment than any other kind of golf you can imagine. It really is.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. My name is Dave Anderson. I am a product manager for John Deere Golf. If you were able to join us last year in San Diego, you'll know that we built our booth around 3 themes: connect, guide, and manage. This year, we continue to build upon those themes, connecting our customers with their equipment and their data using JD-Link modems and JD-Link connectivity, guiding all of our golf solutions with proven John Deere GPS technology for accuracy and precision on every hole, as well as managing all of the golf course production system with one easy-to-use software, OnLink, in addition to additional digital tools within our operations center. We're excited some of the steps that we've taken this year, and we will explain some of the steps we've taken to continue on this technology journey. I've got with me three gentlemen that will be talking to you about these steps, and these are our dedicated support staff in the field to help our dealers and our customers understand and leverage our technology and data to become more efficient in their total operation. I've got with me Randy Gatlin, Product Specialist, John Gladys, System Solution Specialist, and Brad Prayshaw, Solution Specialist for John Deere Golf. I'm going to let them start to tell you about this exciting journey and where the future is going to take us. And remember, we're just getting started.
All right. Good morning. Thanks, Dave. Every golf property performs basically the same set of tasks each day. Members of the turf team are going to record green speeds and irrigation flows. They're going to assign tasks to staff and then monitor the performance of those tasks. Members on the equipment management team, they're going to convey the equipment availability with the turf team. They're going to keep the turf team up to date on all upcoming necessary fleet maintenance requirements. Okay? In doing so, they're going to probably end up using some really outdated tools. Tools such as a whiteboard, a binder, a notebook, to communicate all of that information back to the rest of the team, or to record that information for review later. Now, as familiar and comfortable as we are with those tools, they fall so short of what's available today in digital solutions and what's available today in OnLink. OnLink takes the place of all those tools. It's an integrated digital solution that makes performing all of those daily tasks easier, more efficient, and works to help to keep the entire staff working seamlessly together, all from within one platform and from anywhere they are located on the property or anywhere else. Now, through its tools to help manage turf metrics, labor management, fleet management, and as of last year, fleet connectivity, OnLink has been the most complete digital solution available on the market for the last 5 years for U.S. superintendents. And now in 2023, OnLink is ready to move beyond. So as of this year, with increased support for both imperial and metric units, as well as a wider array of flexibility when it comes to communicating both turf conditions and weather. We are proud to announce that later this year, OnLink will now be available in Canada, Ireland and the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. And just in time for that broader release, our most popular labor management platform is going through a complete refresh, re-envisioned with new features such as the Workboard Report, a 30-day exportable summary of every assignment made in the system, complete with the job and the equipment assigned, the mowing direction and mowing route, operator notes, and any required confirmation of a pre-start equipment check. In addition to that is My Work. My Work is our solution that allows further engagement with the staff with OnLink. So before my work, the engagement of the staff was limited to simply finding my name on the digital job board and executing the task next to it. Now we have the ability, it gives managers the flexibility to not only display those tasks to the centralized monitor, but also to the mobile device of each member of the staff. Okay? Communication used to be in one direction, from the management team to the staff. My work changes all that. Managers can now communicate those tasks, and the staff can communicate back to the managers. Things such as the ability to confirm any required pre-start check, observations about course conditions or equipment performance, the ability to record task durations for more effective and easier calculations for cost in on-labor. And then finally, the ability to update engine hours for the piece of equipment I was assigned, hours that fleet management uses to keep all upcoming preventative maintenance services organized. In addition to my work and to the work board report, our customers, our community of customers, have communicated to us directly the features and the functionality they wanted to see in OnLink. We've listened and we've delivered on many of those. Things such as a fully integrated OnLink calendar, where not only do you have your job boards listed, but now you have your entire staff time off displayed right on the board for much easier and effective scheduling. Our users ask for the ability to display job names under two different, a primary and a secondary name for more effective communication. They also ask for the ability to quickly and easily convey the PPE that is required for their task. And finally, they ask for an easier way to build and construct work boards. Yeah. Along with that improved workflow is the ability to see my past mowing directions. So while I'm building those work boards, it's much easier to gain access to the information that I need to build today's boards. All right? We're really excited to share with you all these improvements to OnLabor, and we're really excited to see further enhancements to OnLink later this year. But OnLink is just one part of the John Deere Precision Turf digital strategy. Up next is John Gladys, Solution Specialist, who's going to go over with you all the other tools that work alongside OnLink to bring you the most easy to use, flexible, and robust digital solution available on the golf market. John?
Thanks, Randy. Like you had mentioned, I will be going over some of our OnLink Maps features as well as some of the connected features we have within the John Deere Operations Center. So our golf course users will be able to access two maps within OnLink. So we have first the location history map. And what this allows the user to do is select any date within the last 2 years and see which piece of equipment, connected piece of equipment, was used, where it went, and how it was utilized. So we can see what percent of time it's spent mowing, transporting, and idling. The other map that we use within OnLink is the equipment map. So you'll see on any day you can currently see where your equipment is at and how long it works. So if you're off the golf course, if you're at home, if you're in your office, you can see where your equipment currently is and how long it worked. So something I'd like to note before I move into the connected features via the Operations Center is that OnLink is the hub for all of the superintendent's data, right? So anywhere they want to, if they want to see today's operator's notes, if they want to see which piece of equipment needs to be serviced next, they can see it via OnLink. Operations Center is to be used as a complement to OnLink. And so some of those connected features that we have within Operations Center are going to be Machine Analyzer, Field Analyzer, and Operations Center. Within Operations Center, we also gain access to a few other tools that I'll tell you about. So with that being said, we'll start off with the Machine Analyzer. So what we'll see on Machine Analyzer is all of the connected pieces of equipment that we have within our fleet. And what we see there is the total amount of hours across that fleet, as well as an average across a group. So say a 2700 precision cut, for example, we'll be able to see the average amount of hours in that working group. Not only do we see the average amount of hours, we can also see the working time, the transporting time, as well as the idle time. So what this product will do, or what this tool will do, is allow our golf course superintendents to better load manage their fleets and go further down and make some analysis on how their equipment is being used on a day-to-day basis. And I had mentioned earlier that we have some working times as well as transport times and idle times. We break that down further into how much time it spends mowing, in end of cut mode, which would be turning, as well as load match, which is a John Deere feature that slows down the traction unit on our products to enhance the quality of cut. Next, working in conjunction with our GPS precision sprayer, we have Field Analyzer. So when our customers and our users are going out and making applications with their GPS sprayer, they're able to send those applications directly to the John Deere Operations Center to analyze at a later date. And within Field Analyzer, we can see the amount of product that we put down, what product we use, the date the application was made, as well as what our target rate was versus the actual applied rate. And one of the coolest things within Field Analyzer is that we can compare two sprays or two applications side by side to see how they resulted, right? So if we made an application, we'll say last year, it was a good spray, we had similar disease pressure, we could compare it to a recent spray that we made. So the idea of Field Analyzer is to make well-informed future agronomic decisions. Moving on, we have geofences and curfews. So we are able to set up through geofences and curfews an imaginary box around a maintenance facility or a golf course property or clubhouse, for example. And anytime a piece of equipment enters that box or exits that box, we can get a notification. Working in conjunction with that geofence, we have curfews. So we can set up an operating time frame, right? So when you think about when golf course work is done, it's anywhere from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. typically, right? So if we want to know if our equipment is being operated outside of that time frame, we can set up this curfew and we'll receive those notifications. Those notifications can be received in a few different ways. So we can receive them via email or through our John Deere Mobile Operations Center app, which is very easy to use and free to use. Then next we have the Diagnostic Trouble Code Notification Center. So within the Notification Center, we will see all of the different DTCs or diagnostic trouble codes that our equipment is receiving. So for example, if an operator gets out of the seat with the PTO switch on, that information is going to get sent to Operations Center and be received here in the Notification Center. And we give these DTC severity codes, right? So if we want to know when one of the red codes happens, which is high, then we can get out on the golf course, we can see where it took place and make sure that we're being a proactive equipment manager, superintendent. And there's, like the geofences and curfews, a few different ways we can receive these codes. So we can get them in our email, via the John Deere Mobile Operations Center app, or via the app. So with that being said, I'll toss it over to Brad Prayshaw, and he's going to go over JD-Link connectivity and its future with John Deere Golf.
Awesome. Thanks, John. So we've talked a lot about the data that's available. So we saw connectivity with it in OnLink. We saw connectivity with an Operations Center. But how do we actually get that data to the machines? So if we start here at the bottom, we do have our machine. So our machines have what we call a JD-Link modem. It's the same modem that we've used across the entire John Deere fleet, whether it's ag, construction, and now golf. So we're putting these modems on a lot of different machines. Those modems are broadcasting that information via cell. That cell is going into that John Deere cloud. From the John Deere cloud, we can get that information from multiple programs. So we've heard about OnLink, we've heard about Operations Center. So OnLink being the hub for all of our golf course superintendents, and then Operations Center also getting that data where we can bounce in and out of that. So taking a look for model year 2023, we're making it standard to have these JD-Link modems. So everything from our triplex mowers, our electric walk greens mowers, our Pro Gators, including the GPS Precision Sprayer, which is connected to share all of that data that John just showed you in Field Analyzer, our rough mowers, trim and surrounds, and as well as our fairway mowers. So all of our mowing equipment and our large heavy-duty utility vehicles will be connected for model year 23. As John Deere continues this connected journey, we will continue to grow in our machines that are connected. Okay? Our modems are also universal. So we do have field kits going back for most machines back to model year 2020, as well as universal kits to make these onto other machines that are older or maybe machines of different color. With all that data that's brought in for these, we have additional value. So from a customer standpoint, we can see all that data, we can use that data, as well as if we partner with our dealer channel, we have John Deere Connected support. So through Operations Center, there is a team manager, and under team manager, you can manage all the staff within your Operations Center. During that setup, you can change permissions, so if people leave, you can take them out of your organization. You can also have the relationship with your dealer. That relationship with your dealer is going to give you access to this John Deere customer support, or connected support, excuse me. So ultimately, if we look at our house here, we do have that, the roof. That's going to be the customer value. So within that, we have a lot of tools, some available today in golf, some available in the future. So if we take a look at alert monitoring, as John mentioned, we can partner with the dealer so those notifications go straight to your dealership. They already are proactively looking at some of those diagnostic codes and are able to help you be proactive in getting those machines fixed. Okay? We also have Service Advisor Remote. Service Advisor Remote is available to connect to your machines, to do diagnostic trouble codes right from the machines, as well as recordings. So if we're having issues with those machines, we can remotely get that instead of taking the downtime from the golf course. Coming soon is going to be programming remotely, so that way we can keep those customers up and running faster. Remote display access, that's going to be available on our GPS Precision Sprayer. So not only from a customer standpoint of helping a new tech, spray tech get out there and spray, we can remotely see what he is seeing on the machine. We can look at it from a performance standpoint, a tracking standpoint, onboarding standpoint. The dealers can also have access to this. With them having access, we can help maybe fix some of those issues out there that the spray tech is seeing by actually seeing what's on a screen. A couple of things that are coming to golf, they have been available in the ag industry, hence our ag tractor up here is Expert Alerts and Machine Dashboard. So Experts Alert is a proactive solution. We're continuously watching DTC alerts, as well as other information from the machines to be able to predict what's going to happen in the future. So again, one of the features coming to golf. With the Machine Dashboard, we're taking that all together and making it into a dealer hub so they can see all the machines within their fleet, their AOR, or area of responsibility, and be able to watch your fleet as it goes through. Right? So thank you for spending time with us today. We are over at booth 1211. Come by and see us. We'll be back in the booth about 1:30 if you want an OnLink demo, if you want to walk through any of the Operations Center stuff, or just to come see a lot of the new products that we launched here today. Again, thank you.
Our equipment was fully depreciated. I don't think we have the equipment for even an 18-hole facility, let alone a 36, and not if you want to host a professional tournament. We kickstarted that pretty quick, and Jason jumped in really quickly on one company that cuts all fine turf, specifically with John Deere.
They knew how bad of shape we were in, and they have provided us with 80% of our equipment. Phenomenal. With what's going on in the world, supply chain, they pulled from up here, they pulled from down here, and not only our equipment, they have brought in every loaner piece of equipment that we needed. And it's been on property here since March.
What we did, being the largest John Deere golf and turf distributor in the world, we have some moxie. So I was able to reach out to some other dealers and move some things around and get Nate a lot of what he needed. We have probably over 41 loaner pieces here for them to utilize until their equipment comes in.
Everything works like it should. John Deere it's reliable. When we need it to cut, it cuts. I know Jason has things down to a fine-tooth comb. Everything we have is dialed into the way we want it.
I was really impressed on the ability to do some things that were specific and unique to John Deere. Adjusting the angle on on the equipment. If you shave with a razor blade, the flatter that razor, the more you're going to chafe your skin. But that more downward pressure and just getting the lead edge of that blade will give you a cleaner cut.
There's so much that you can do with all the John Deere equipment that we're able to adjust and fine-tune that John Deere allows us to kind of take it to the next level.
I think the first thing people are going to notice is the build and just the fact that the golf course looks so huge when you have all these structures. Your sight lines are so different. You can't see number 1 tee from 9 green, and they're really only about 40 yards apart.
I believe this is the largest build in PGA Tour history. I have never seen anything like it, and I have been a part, of a PGA championship. The structures they put up and the amount of time it took them, really impressive.
I think we have over 500,000 square foot of plywood out here for these structures, which is quite a bit.
So we had to do a lot of regrading of the ground around the first tee to accommodate the structure with hospitality booths underneath it and grandstands above it. So we had to get everything level, but we still had the challenge of making it look like a golf course. So we tried to create a platform for them to build upon, but at the same time make it look good enough for the members so that way when the structure isn't there, it doesn't look like something's going to be there.
So they moved the routing from number 8 to number 12 to bring the green mile into play. I think I heard the stat that only 35% of matches make it to the 18th in match play golf. So they want the green mile, which is our normal 16, 17, 18, to be in play every match. So then those holes will play as 13, 14, 15, and hopefully provide some great excitement in those holes.
We beefed up the staff since we had so much to do preparing for this, but other than that, we went with essentially the same team that we had for the 2021 Wells Fargo.
The build is not even close to anything this massive. So it was an eye-opening event for Frank, and man, I tell you what, he knocked it out of the park. And mainly because the cooperation that he gave the vendors. It wasn't him against them, it wasn't them against him, it was, hey guys, we're a team. And if this is gonna work, we have to work together to make it work. And that's what happened, and it was flawless.
I work with the PGA Tour ops people, and then they kind of relay, keep us in the loop, let us know when locations are going to be built. We scout them out, get them ready, make sure they have a good route to the structure, make sure all the contractors are on the same page, and then it's just damage control. There's going to always be a little bit of damage, but as much as you can limit, the better for the golf course.
Welcome back to the GCSAA live TV stage here at the 2023 GCSAA Conference and Show. Sponsored by Envu. We've been really thrilled to have Envu as a sponsor of the stage for the show. And we've been having lively conversation. I certainly have had some lively conversation about a variety of different topics. And this next topic is one that I'm sure if labor is on your mind and assistant superintendents are on your mind, and maybe you are an assistant superintendent, this is a good time to listen about the Green Start Academy. I am joined, I'm going to get it right, by Kim Ehas, the John Deere Golf Tactical Marketing Manager, and Tony Whelan, Rainbird National Sales Manager. We are sorry to miss Mark Ford, our other partner in this venture from Envu. Mark is the Customer Service Marketing Manager for Envu. Okay, so let's start out with, I have some history with this particular event. Let's talk a little bit as the genesis of it and the nature of the Green Start Academy.
Yep, so Green Start Academy is super important to all three of us as partners. It's unique in the fact that we've got three very strong industry companies that have come together to put this program on. We have an application process that we send out through GCSAA as well as through our companies. And we try and get a really great applicant pool. And then we bring in 50 of the top assistant superintendents across US and Canada that have applied and give them the opportunity to really come, learn about career building, education. It's not about agronomy during the 2.5 days that we have them there. It's really about developing themselves and really learning how to get to the next level in their career.
So the partnerships that you have with Envu and Rainbird, it's been going on many years between you and Envu. We have a new partner. Tony, this is your time. Let's talk about, this looks like a successful operation going pretty well. You guys decided to partner with it. Talk a little bit about how Rainbird viewed this as an opportunity.
Yeah, this is really good for us as well. We're big supporters of the industry, and we see this as core to our values as well, personal and professional development. It's a tremendous program. Something else, the venue, the partnership with Pinehurst at the venue it's spectacular, and the mentors. It's really fun to watch these mentors. So you've got these enthusiastic, curious young kids, and then they're just glued to these mentors. And the mentors, they've got all this wisdom that they're sharing. And it's really interesting because it's not about agronomy.
Yeah.
It's about how to become, better managers, etc. Yeah. So it's really fun to watch.
And so this is a really important time to seem to be doing this. The assistant superintendent market is getting more and more competitive all the time, so having these professional development skills are going to be really important. Why don't you talk a little bit about your sense of how this fits in with some of the issues that we are facing in the industry?
Yeah, so it is a very interesting time in the industry. COVID was a very unfortunate situation where our industry kind of benefited from it because you could hike, you could play tennis, you could golf. These are kind of the safe socially distanced, safe socially distanced sports. And so there's a lot of data out there. Our friends at the NGF post a lot of data how rounds were up significantly. It felt like at the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of clubs where nobody knew what was going to happen, and so there was just kind of this savings of money, and rounds continued to grow. And so talking with our friends at the American Society of Golf Architects, they make the comment that they haven't seen it like this since the boom of like the early 90s and 2000s when we were building all these courses. And we're not building a ton of new courses, but there's just so much activity because of demand, right? And our friends at the builders, the golf builders, are the same. Their membership is, they're bidding work out, 2-3 years from now. So the result of that is there's this need for for people, for really,
competent assistants, right? And again, as we start to take on construction projects, the golf course superintendent may be overseeing the project. Somebody's got to run the existing golf course, right? And the other thing is, over the years, assistants are staying in those roles longer, right? And again, some professional development skills are really critical. Kim, can you talk about some of those specifics? I know we said it's not this, but what is it? Resume building, how to network? Let's talk a little bit if you could.
So we really do focus on the career building. Carol Rowell is a great partner of ours that has come in for many years, and she does a whole half-day session on something as simple as the proper handshake. You know, building your resume, social media, how to build all of that. But then to your point, the industry is changing a lot here recently. Construction is booming. So we had Stephen Tucker this past year that gave a great presentation on budget building, and then we tied that into construction as well with Todd Bone, doing how to focus on construction projects. So for them to be able to get to that superintendent level, they need some experience, even if it is as simple as getting these networking skills with these top superintendents now and learning about construction and learning about budget building. And we give them that opportunity during these 2.5 days.
And I think diversity in learning is really important from, you know, you want to have a broad range of ideas about how to advance your career. But diversity in how we look and think also really matters. And I think we were talking backstage, and that was part of the core values specifically. And of course, we're starting to see the momentum build for really being intentional about diversity in our industry. Talk a little bit from a Rainbird perspective, internally and externally, what it's meant for you guys.
Yeah, so diversity and inclusion is very important to Rainbird, and we're starting to see more and more of it within the industry. You know, I was at an industry event in Southern California late last year, and the speaker observed when he was looking out at the audience that it looked very male, pale, and stale. And so we need to get a lot more diversity in our industry, a lot more women in our industry, et cetera. So that's something else that's very important, and that this group is focused on as well.
We should talk a little bit about the process, and I'll leave it to either of you. I know we're trying to keep your voice at a minimum, but I think this is probably something you can speak to, because you are going to have people that might be streaming or here, or, oh, this is interesting. Talk a little bit about the process of being among those that get invited, because I'm assuming you apply, there's an invitation process. Let's talk a little bit about that process first.
So it's not really an invitation. We do keep it a very non-biased application process. So in about June timeframe, and we all have QRs in our booths that you can go and visit, and it'll take you to the website. In about June timeframe, we will start to put specific dates out on when the application's available. You'll go through the application process. It's usually about 4 to 6 questions that you have to answer. Again, not tied to agronomy. We want to know about how you're making a difference in leadership, what leadership opportunities you've had, what industry organizations you're part of. And then we have a non-biased group that will go through and read all of those essay questions and then select the top 50. At that point, usually around August, we will send out the acceptance letters to those. And then the event is typically held in November, December time frame, as Tony mentioned, down at Pinehurst.
So for those people listening, maybe we give them some insight. Been doing this a while. What are some of the keys you see to a successful application? I'm assuming you somewhat see these things at some level. What do you think, or if you had to tell assistant superintendents that wanted to apply, work with their superintendent, their mentor at the course, how to apply, what are some of the suggestions you might give them, Kim?
I mean, I think you treat this as a resume, essentially. Something as simple as grammatic errors. But also, you know, if your superintendent that you work with is supporting you and going and participating in that, get their feedback. Ask for their opinions. There's nothing wrong with that. Obviously, you need to write the answers yourself, but ask for their feedback, and that's what they're there for, is to support you and these opportunities that you have to better yourself. So that'd be most important.
Yeah, and then the next thing is networking. So let me give you a chance. Obviously, this is a very big networking opportunity, being here at the conference and show every year. It's been been disrupted a little bit. But what I want to talk about is not so much as networking up, but you're bringing 50 people from across the country and Canada. That's got to be really cool to watch the networking among their peers, because some of them may be new assistants, some of them may be assistants for many years. You want to talk a little bit about that internal networking?
Yeah, it's really fun to watch, because we bring them together and then we kind of stand back and watch, and you can literally see bonds being developed. And I guarantee a lot. So most of these kids wouldn't have known. I call them kids. They're younger people.
You do.
Yeah.
Twice.
Well, when you get to this age, they're kids, and so you could see the bonding developing. And I guarantee that there are lifetime friendships made at those.
Yeah.
You could see it, couldn't you, Kim? Like it was, you know, you could see the bonding. And what's interesting with this too is there's a social media aspect too. The amount of social media that these people were posting afterwards and tying in other groups was really exciting. And I think there's bonding not just across but there's bonding with the mentors. The idea behind the program is you come in, you spend time with each other and your mentor, but when you leave, you stay in touch with your mentor.
Yeah, okay, so this is the point I go back about alumni, right? You have 12 years of doing this, 15 years of doing this. Yeah. Obviously, people who were assistants and went through it, I see it on resumes, I see it on profiles when I see website profiles. Have you gotten feedback? I'm assuming you guys have been doing it a while. You get a sense it's working. Not just they're buying green metal, but it seems to be working in their career. And Rainbird sprinkler heads, by the way. But it's working in their career. So can you talk a little bit? That's obviously got to feel very rewarding, Kim, when you hear it. But also, what are some of those things you hear from alumni and the feedback? Wow, this was great. Lifelong friends, those sorts of things.
Yeah, it's impressive. Even with the group of 10 mentors that we had there this year, I don't think I really knew how many of them had actually been through Green Start in their careers. So when they can stand up there and see how also the program's progressed, but we have at Pinehurst, 2 of the superintendents that were mentors had been through the program.
Okay.
So, you know, you can see where those people are going after they've gone through this program, and they're able to stand up there and speak about what they learned from it. And to your point, the friendships that they made, the camaraderie. This group this year, I will say, was exceptional to me. They reached out to me almost the day after. Hey, can you make sure we have everybody's emails? I didn't get time to collect it. I was too busy talking, you know. And 2, even LinkedIn, like you said, social media. I had so much activity on my own personal social media, just wanting to connect, learn about things.
Kim, did you get any handwritten cards?
I did.
I got a bunch of handwritten cards. How cool is that?
That's pretty cool. Yeah. And I think, I will say too, having done the occasional sort of retreat idea of this, the place matters. So you want to talk a little bit about Pinehurst? I mean, anybody in this business probably imagines Pinehurst, but when you're, you'd think, first thing I do is go out and like, how much does he feed this? And what does he do with this? And all the agronomic questions. But just being in that space must make everyone feel very comfortable. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I've been very fortunate. I think at last count, I've been to 52 countries around the world. I grew up in Canada and British Columbia, which is just stunning.
Beautiful itself.
Yeah, and
BC, we got BC shout out.
So there are certain places in our industry where you go and it's just, it's like Field of Dreams, right? If you're like Kevin Costner, if you build it, they will golf. And so Pinehurst is one of those places. It's just, it's amazing. And but it's beyond the golf. Like as soon as you get there, you just feel something different. It's palpable. And the people, the buildings, the resorts, the golf. Think golf, but it's well beyond the golf. And it's such an accommodating environment. I think it really fosters that, what we're trying to get across there. So I can't say enough about the venue. It's unbelievable.
Even our team there, Bob Farron, John Jeffries, Logan, they are prideful in having Green Start there. It's something very important to them. So all the accommodations, all of that's great, but they take time to make sure that they are engaging with the attendees as well, and I think that says something about them and how important they feel this program is.
Yeah, and opening up an operation. See, what I've sort of noticed over the years is there's an assumption that you understand how growing grass works to produce the services you need to produce. But fundamentally, you're given a budget for labor and equipment and disposable things you put out, and you have to operate it. It's an operation. There's logistics. You're not trucking things, but equipment's moving around and things like that. That scale of operation at Pinehurst seems really impressive. Do they get a little bit behind the scenes? Look, it's not agronomic, but you got how many employees and how many buildings and how many miles of this and how many miles of that, just keeping the roads and things like that operational. Do you give them a little bit behind the scenes look at that?
So we gave them a little bit of a peek behind the curtain this year, and it was something new we did this year. our first night event was actually at their maintenance area in Pinehurst.
Yeah, yeah.
So they had the opportunity to walk around, ask questions. You know, some of their staff was there. So it does give them a little bit of that peek behind the curtain to understand how a facility like that can operate.
When you bring the people in to educate these assistants, what are some of the things you're looking for? Are you bringing in other superintendents, or are you bringing in other industry? Obviously, the Rainbird, the John Deere, and the Envu team is there. As an academic, I'm pretty sure I spoke at that thing a while ago. What are the kinds of things you like to promote for them? You know, we said not agronomics, we said career development. Are superintendents the best ones to deliver that information to those young folks? You're bringing superintendents in, right?
Okay. So I think it is superintendents that's the best one to deliver that information. Plus, we do bring in a broad range.
Yeah.
You know, we've got the very top level.
Yeah,
you know, we've got courses that are maybe a little bit smaller, but still are great, very top level as well. I mentioned many of them have been through Green Start, which I think helps with it. But when we are going and selecting our mentors for this program, we are trying to think, what are those key things that we need to provide education on? As I mentioned, budget building, construction projects, you know, anything else career development may be. And we take time to think about the panel discussions that we're going to have. Something simple as, what did I wish I knew when I was an assistant superintendent? So we really, we look at a broad spectrum, I guess.
How's it changed? The labor market is, these young assistants 12 years ago are not facing the same things these assistants are facing. Certainly resumes. There's a standard group of things, this sort of basics, best practices you do in developing your career. Have you added social media training in this? Have you added, you know, how you said handshake. Have you added some of the technological parts of this as well? Job boards, things you have to do to run an operation?
I think we have a little bit. You know, social media, I think, is one of those maybe touchy things a little bit. And I think we take the approach more of, how do you want to represent yourself on social media? But, you know, fortunately, unfortunately, they probably know more than we all do about that.
I was going to say, Nick, I think they can teach us.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay.
But to your point, I think when we're having the conversations with superintendents, and then with the assistant and superintendents that are there, we're learning just as much as they are, to your point. And we're figuring out how we can develop this program in the future to have better, you know, ideas and classes, if you want to call it that, education sessions. And, you know, we get feedback from them as well to make sure that we're giving them what they need.
That's right.
And bringing in the speakers for the next year to be able to improve.
And I guess I should have asked the question more, comfort with technology, right? Not necessarily social media, but generally comfort with technology. And of course, Rainbird, when I think of running an irrigation system, this is I mean, obviously equipment and chemical technology has advanced as well, but to run your stuff, they're staring at a computer many times to run the central control stuff. I wonder how you feel that is its skill in and of itself. It's not agronomic. I mean, you got to believe they know what the grass needs. How do you feel about training them to get continually comfortable with the evolving technology?
That's a really good question. So just quickly touching on, you know, Kim had a really good point about the mentors. They kind of share on their experience. But we also had other speakers there talking about, you know, personal development, you know, being more self-aware, you know, emotional intelligence, that kind of stuff. And then we had a speaker from Envu talk about diversity and inclusion and a study that she had done on you know, women. It was a really interesting study on the women in golf and correlated it to other industries like construction. And we're, you know, we don't have enough with that.
I'm going to jump, before we get to the technology question, I'm going to jump on your emotional intelligence. We are seeing at the university level now, these upper high school kids that got disrupted by COVID, they're coming in, and it's a bigger struggle. There's some things, their bad habits got developed, different things started to have, you know, the way it impacted them is different. So to your point, I think that's a very good innovation, just being more self-aware, because when you're not around people as much, like many of these kids were locked in during high school, depending on the state you were in, some of them were, and that probably did more harm, right, in some ways. So can you talk, you can carry on with that if you'd like to, or we can go to technology.
No,
we're going to give Kim's voice a break.
No, it's a really interesting aspect because it's kind of outside of that. But if you haven't read Emotional Intelligence 2.0, do it's life changing. You can change. You can't change your IQ, but you can change. They call your EQ, and that in itself will make you become more self-aware, which is really important. I think the other thing that's important that we talked a little bit about, at least I shared it as my personal experience, is I think that there's something around being more transparent.
Yep.
Transparent often speeds process up and builds trust.
That requires a little bit of vulnerability.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, exactly. Yep.
And so that can be scary.
Yeah.
Especially in this industry where,
Yeah. You know, one thing too that I think is a really important part of the Green Start Academy between the sponsors is, you know, you talked about, you know, yes, this, you know, the central control and the computer control, et cetera. It's a lot of it's going to handheld stuff, but we focus really hard. We don't talk about us and our products at all. We are really there to help foster personal and professional growth for these. We don't use this, which is a struggle for, you know, people who are in, you know, sales leadership positions. But we don't. We do no sales. We don't have any of our stuff there for any of us. It's purely, we're there to help foster the future. And I can tell you by looking at these kids again, but they are, I can tell you our future is bright.
Yes.
Under their future leadership is, I think we're in a very good place.
This has been a very exciting conversation. Yeah. We're going to shout out to the booths, the John Deere booth, the Envu booth, the Rainbird booth. We're going to say goodbye from the GCSAA live TV stage. We're going to watch a couple of minute video here in a second, but I'll say goodbye. Thank you all. It's been a wonderful conference. Big shout out to Envu for sponsoring. Big shout out to my friends in the front and in the back at Epic Creative. Really appreciate the GCSAA TV stage and all the hard work that they do. And it's always been great having the dogs out front. Thank you both for taking the time. Roll the video, right?
Don't forget to register for next year.
Yeah, register for next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So coming to Green Start Academy right away, I knew that this would help me in my career path of becoming a superintendent.
It's a great opportunity to come in, meet other assistants within the industry, and just learn and grow as a professional.
Definitely learned a lot about people skills and being a leader and just being a pioneer of the industry.
The networking here it's unparalleled.
The importance of networking and camaraderie is everything in this business. You know, I was telling my group today that that's the key to moving up, in my opinion, is having that great network and to have a camaraderie and to take advantage of situations like this and utilize them and get to know everybody as well as possible.
The purpose of the Green Start Academy is really to get the young up-and-coming professionals in the turf grass industry to connect not only with their peers, but also with some of the professionals in the industry who have more experience to really build their network and help flesh out what their future careers are going to look like.
I think the big things that they can look forward to taking back is just the wealth of knowledge that everybody's had. You know, there's a number of years of experience with all the mentors. You know, everybody kind of comes from a different background, different place, and then being able to take all those pieces and put them together into how they want to build their career.
So the Green Start Academy is a great platform for these young professionals to learn a little bit more about leadership. They've been to all the agronomic classes and they've talked aerification and top dressing. And in here, we're talking about leadership and the future of the industry.
What I will take back from Green Start for me has just been instilling some confidence in myself.
I feel a lot more ready to become a superintendent than I did before Green Start.
Anybody that's looking to apply to Green Start Academy, I'll tell them to do it. It's a great 3 days in Pinehurst, North Carolina. The property's beautiful, you'll learn a ton from it, and it's just a great experience.
I've already recommended it to a couple of my friends. I know a couple of people who are going to apply, so if you're thinking about it, absolutely apply, throw your name in the hat. It's a great networking event. You're going to learn a lot, and it's just one more step in your development to becoming a leader.
So the next generation of turfgrass leaders are in this room. It's exciting to see. Lots of questions, lots of feedback. We had a great time today out on the cradle, playing golf together, building camaraderie, but I can tell you that the golf industry is in good hands.
Can you hear me out there?
No, there's
All right.
Jim Flat.
We were playing musical chairs, and looks like I ended up over here, but fortunately, everybody did have a chair to sit in, and those of you that would love to learn from some experts, invite you to come on in and fill in. This is going to be an awesome session, and it's one that I think we all need. And I raised my hand as one who needs to hear from this panel, and it's something that I want to get into because it's extremely important that we're not just thinking about our education and what we've got to learn to grow better grass and do those things. We need to be taking care of ourselves as well. So this is what this session is all about. So to kick this off, No One is on an Island, a guide to mental health and wellness. I'm going to share a few thoughts that I want you to think about and put yourself in the situation and ask yourself a few questions so that as we start to go through this panel, you can hear and hopefully gain some insight to how you can navigate some challenges that you're probably dealing with. New research conducted by the American Psychological Association shows a battered American psyche. Jim Cruxton with the UK is probably going to say it's not just an American psyche, it's a global psyche, that we're battered and we're torn, facing a barrage of external stressors that are most likely out of our personal control. The survey found a majority of adults are disheartened by government and the political and social divisiveness, daunted by historic inflation levels, and dismayed by widespread violence, all of which has led to unprecedented levels of stress. Combined all of this with a career in golf course management, where Mother Nature is unrelenting, golfer expectations are oftentimes impractical, labor shortages plague our industry, along with an incessant workload, you and your team are prone to mental health. So there's a lot to swallow there, and I think if we put ourselves and ask ourselves some of those questions, I'm assuming all of us in here are dealing with some sort of challenge. In fact, mental health illnesses are among the most common health condition in the United States. 1 in 5 Americans will experience a mental illness in a given year. 1 in 5 children, either currently or at some point during their life, have had a serious, debilitating mental illness. 1 in 25 Americans live with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or major depression. Most mental illnesses don't improve on their own. We must take steps to identify the causes and the resources for help. It's essential if we're going to address these challenges. So that's exactly what we're going to do here today, because what I read was a little depressing. It sounds like we're all in the dumps and life isn't a lot of fun. But it can be, and we're going to change that as we get to throughout the rest of this panel. So I'm going to start with my good friend, Mr. Jim Cruxton. I'm going to click this slide here. Jim is from the UK. He represents BIGA. He's been the Chief Executive Officer of BIGA for almost 12 years now. And he is going to share with us some pretty telling statistics regarding a survey that they've conducted with their members in the UK, which we think certainly has some relevance to all of us here in America. Jim Cruxton. Next to Jim on his left is Mr. Pete Grass, a good friend as well. Served with Pete for many years on the GCSAA Board of Directors, immediate past president, thus the white jacket. But Pete's on this stage for a different reason. Number one, for his courage. Pete wrote an article titled, "I Need Help, and I Don't Mean Labor." And Pete was an individual that resides in Billings, Montana. Well, I'm not going to start sharing his story because we're going to get in that in a minute. But I just commend you, Pete, for what you did, and we want to be able to learn from Pete in this session. Next to Pete, next to me, we have Lori Hoffer. She's a speaker. She's a trained professionalist. She's the president of Supporting Community Unity. She has often trained, or she's offered to train youth in, positive youth development, community networking, and organizational relationships since 1987, while also working with adults and youth surrounding the issue of suicide, prevention, and intervention. So you've dealt with some pretty significant things. And so we're going to look forward to hearing from Lori. And then in the middle, and originally she was matching the title slide, so we liked the color coordination. Miranda Robinson. Miranda is the operations manager of the British Columbia Golf Superintendents Association, as well as a communications manager for the Canadian Golf Superintendents Association. However, Miranda's not sitting on the stage because of that title. She's sitting on the stage because of her previous work experience being in the field as an assistant superintendent, and someone too who has had the courage to raise her hand and share some of the darknesses she's been in and the challenges that she's dealt with, and we want to learn from her as well. So with no further ado, we're going to get to this. We have 45 minutes to solve a lot of the world's problems and change all of our psyches. And we're going to start with, again, my good friend, Mr. Jim Cruxton from the UK, where he can set the stage a little bit about this survey that they've conducted. And Jim, I'd love for you to share just the overall why you did it, and then what are some of the key takeaways to set the stage for what we'll be talking about here today.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Rhett. And first of all, congratulations, great few days, great show. Love being here in Orlando, and it feels just like the GIS. I know it's now called CTS, but we're back. So really well done to you and your team. Had a fantastic few days, albeit jet lag is really kicking in now. So first of all, this picture that I put on stage is not helping my mental health. That's not very old, that picture, and I've got way less hair now than I had on that photo like 3 years ago, so we need to change something. Serious topic, and I'll try and be serious for a moment. The big thing that GCSAA and we at Bigger have in common is that I think we are the two most people-focused organisations in the sport of golf. There are many other organisations in our sport that are member associations, but very often their responsibility is to the business or to the game or to the management of the sport or the development of the sport. Our responsibility is very much the people. We represent greenkeepers in our country, superintendents in this country. And we have this kind of slightly cliched phrase at Bigger that our job is to make the world a better place for greenkeepers. So we try and be as open and aware of what the challenges are that greenkeepers are facing. And you've listed some. You know, the climate is changing. We're having difficulty with pesticide regulations, labour. Everyone's talking labour. But these are all kind of stuff that we can do things about. We can either solve them or we can't. But I don't think we can change that. I certainly can't change the climate. But the thing that became the biggest topic of conversation across UK greenkeepers, and I think we're going back now maybe 7 or 8 years when we first really got into this, was mental health. The number of our members that were struggling with stress, the number of our members that were struggling to even get into work. And we began a small project. It started pretty small, as I say, 7 or 8 years ago. And I went to a pilot workshop where we took a stress awareness workshop out into our regions. And I sat in a room with 25 superintendents. I'll speak in American language. And we went through a process of discussing what stress is and what mental health is. And the presenter asked people to show of hands, and we turned this into a pretty safe environment by now. You know, how many people in here believe that they are suffering or have suffered relatively recently with mental health? And I don't know, 7 or 8 hands went up, which took me a bit by surprise. It's 25 guys. That's a pretty big sample. Okay, how many of you know somebody in your team that is currently suffering mental health? Everybody's hand but mine went up in the whole room. Like 24 out of 25 people went, yep. And I have to say, I nearly fell over. I was like, I knew we had a problem, but I didn't realize it was this widespread. So we started looking into this, and we thought, well, as all of you do when you make a decision in anything in your life, you try and find the data. So you make your decisions on nutrition by sampling the soil, you make your decision on irrigation by measuring the moisture. We need to measure our members. So we began surveying and asking this question 6, 7 years ago, and some of the findings have been astonishing. Around 80%, the regular number of people that believe they have got somebody in their team or somebody or themselves who are struggling with this topic. And we knew we had a problem. We didn't realize it was this bad. And so I think maybe 6 years ago, we started making mental health almost the first thing we talked about whenever we got our members together. And I have to say that didn't come naturally to me. This is kind of not my wheelhouse, but we had to make it done. And the impact it made on members, I remember announcing this at our conference in, I think, 2016. On the first day, at the first morning of our Turf Managers Conference, we stood up and we talked mental health at 9:15 in the morning. And I did my, it's called the Weatherspoons Walk, which is a walk through a big bar in Harrogate that night to go and to see, to check the temperature of the members. I got 3 hugs. I don't even like hugging, right? You know, I've got greenkeepers with 2 or 3 pints in them and come to me and say, this is what our association needs to do. So if you ask why we did it, the evidence was clear. It was there in front of our eyes. And we tried to develop a strategy very quickly. First of all, we realized we can't solve this. This bigger can't solve this, nor can GCSAA, but we identified the 3 things we need to do. We need to support our members. We need to make sure that we can offer them guidance and signposting. We can't solve the crisis, their problems ourselves, but we can signpost. We can provide them with training to give them the skills to identify problems and to handle problems. And then I think most important of all, we can try and reduce the pressure. And that pressure, we believe, comes either from within or from above in terms of their members and their employers. So we spent the last 5-6 years working on strategies across everything we do to try and hit one of those 3 marks.
So I think, Lori, let's turn to you because you deal with this every day, right? I mean, Jim Crexton and I, obviously, we represent our members and we're trained in other areas, but this is your specialty. And when it comes to some of the things that Jim found in a survey and that we are certainly experiencing regarding depression and anxiety from this business, really, how common is it? Are we dealing with something here's pretty serious? And second part of that question, help us understand what we need to look for to say, yeah, we have this.
Absolutely. So what's interesting is that in the United States, on average, people are diagnosed with depression approximately 8% of our population. During the pandemic, that increased to 11%, but that's only diagnosed. We know that there are individuals walking around who aren't seeking the help that they need. In terms of anxiety, it's 31%. In fact, anxiety is the #1 mental health issue that is being diagnosed today. And when we talk about our young people, and we know that they're all coming up into our employment, right? It is over 20% of 18 and younger who are diagnosed with anxiety. So it's an ongoing issue. It was exacerbated, of course, with the pandemic. But we have to have people speak out about this. We have to have people acknowledge what's going on. You know, it's interesting you asked the question, how would a person help themselves? We would never expect an individual who's having a heart attack to do their own CPR. We would never expect a person who has diabetes to do their own diagnosis. The point here is, if we're struggling in any way with our mental health, reach out, talk to somebody, let somebody know what's going on, what you're feeling. The idea that you're getting hugs, what a great statement. It means that people are saying, yeah, thanks for noticing me, thanks for seeing me. That also means that we have to be willing to speak out. We have to say, look, I'm not doing well. There's an awful lot going on. It's an interesting, there was an article with Forbes magazine that said 70% of workers said that their mental health issues were a direct result of their relationship with their managers. It's an interesting statement. That's across all industry. But if we know that, then isn't it up to us as leaders to keep an eye out for our staff, to check in with them, to see how they're doing? Just ask some questions, acknowledge when we see things are a little out of sorts, and we have to be brave enough to acknowledge for ourselves when we need help.
Let me before we go to Miranda and Pete, a follow-up question to that, because I do think that is probably the biggest challenge, especially in our industry here, where we're very self-sufficient, right? We want to self-sustain ourselves. We want to, fix the problem ourselves. So that carries over into what I would call doing this alone. And you just suggested or said, you know what, you shouldn't do that. So what are the downfalls of doing it alone? I mean, what could it lead to, and how serious is this if we don't raise our hand and get help?
Well, it's not, we can all work to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, right? That good old adage, pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. But that doesn't solve the problem. If we're not willing to talk to somebody, if we're not willing to just acknowledge when something is going on, it doesn't mean that it's lifelong. There are many times that it's situational depression or anxiety that there's medication, that it can be a simple solution. So yeah, it's easy to say, no, I can take care of this on my own, but that can just prolong what can easily be taken care of, maybe through talk therapy, through medication, just an opportunity to seek out that help. We need those resources. We need those experts.
Well, it's going to be interesting to hear from Miranda as well as Pete, because I know their story well, and I think they were doing it alone for a long time, and then I think they had that eureka moment where they realized that I do need to raise my hand and I do need to reach out. But Miranda, let's start with you, and maybe for those that are unfamiliar with your experience, you've had the courage to share it openly on social media and so forth, but tell us a little bit about where you were and just how this evolved to where you are at now.
Yes, I was always somebody I was the youngest of three. I have two older brothers, and I found that I kind of sat back and watched everything, and I was somebody who was typically the one that people would go to. I was somebody that other people relied on for help, and that was fantastic, and I did do a great job of helping other people, but what I didn't recognize is how much I was taking on myself. I had a friend who had cancer, and she was very young. She was 16 when she was diagnosed with cancer, and for 4 years I kind of rode a roller coaster with her of remissions and things that happened that were great, and in the end she lost her battle with cancer. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. I did not recognize how much I was internalizing with that entire process, and I had a panic attack. And I had no idea what it was. I had no clue what I was feeling. My arms were going numb. I had blurry vision. I felt like I was going to pass out. I went to my father, and he was just like, I think she might be on drugs or something, and she's doing something, like, that anxiety that I felt got so strong that I actually ended up getting in my car and driving directly to the emergency room. I walked in and I gave them all of my symptoms, and to my surprise, it wasn't my heart at all. I had absolutely a fantastic, organ system going on there, but it was a panic attack. So they sent me up to speak with somebody in psychology, and I was quite surprised to find that it was a panic attack, and I thought, oh goodness, so much better than a heart attack, right? That's, you know what? A heart attack would have been a much easier thing to find my way back from. There are so many action items out there and so many people talking about heart problems that, I would have had that support system right away and been able to figure it out. But instead I took 10 years to be able to get to a point that I didn't have to walk around with a bottle of Ativan in my pocket just to be able to go out and drive to the grocery store. It was difficult. It was very difficult to just go and do regular things in a day. And sitting here on this stage was something I would never have dreamed of being able to do. I would never have been there. And it took mindfulness and introspection and taking all the time for myself to be able to get to that space. And it took finding a network of people, luckily for me in our industry, so not only did they know how I felt, but they also knew how to deal with it within our jobs, and that was everything. It really got me to a point where I am today, and being able to share with you in hopes that you can find your way out of a situation like that.
Well, thanks, Miranda. And as I shared in the opening kind of impact statement, we have all this stuff that's going on in society that we all deal with, but in this business we have unique things, and somebody just won something. And Pete Grass,
they knew I was coming.
Yeah, being a long time superintendent who's dealt with all of the challenges that come with that job, and then coupled with what you now have shared publicly is your OCD, the fact that you have that, as well as you're a perfectionist. And I will share that I have those two symptoms myself. I can only imagine when you're having to now maintain a golf course that's ever changing, how those two things come into play. So share with us again, to set the stage here a little bit, what did that drive you, how did that drive you to ultimately seek some help, and where did you find yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Rhett. My story is not unsimilar to what others are describing, but I think my analogy is what makes, not to be egotistical, but I think what makes me a good superintendent is that strive for perfection and attention to detail. And that's also the biggest curse that I think many of us have in this industry, is that those two factors can drive you to a point of just like obsession with the job rather than enjoying your life. And so that's kind of where I, over the years, have gotten to that point where it was like, okay, you know, I can't go home. My friends and colleagues and members and the ladies I reached out to for help ultimately said, you know, like Pete, and my wife knows this for a fact, Pete will be driving down the road, leaving the facility. There's a pine cone in the parking lot. And will Pete just drive to the exit? Nope. Pete's going to drive over, get out of his truck, and pick up that pine cone, a single pine cone. And my wife will say, "You're not going to do that, are you?" "Yep, you are." And it's like, that's how I'm wired. How I was wired is the key point there. So finally, to a point where combination of stress of weather, had a big storm. I had, unfortunately, have the world's worst trees, several of them, cottonwoods and willows on my course. You know, a thunderstorm comes through, there's hail, there's trees down, there's, you know, we've got a tournament tomorrow, and I literally broke down sobbing, just saying, I can't do this anymore. And I knew at that point, that was my low point. And it's embarrassing to say somewhat, that's a low point that really is minimal in the scale of low points. It was significant to me, but in the scale of someone losing a family member or other tragedies that can happen to you, it's like I say, it's minimal, but it was important to me at the time. That was my aha moment of I need some help. I've tried I've pulled up my bootstraps for years, and I've gotten through it at that point, but there's got to be something better that can help me. So I reached out to, I have members at my facility who I knew of. They weren't good friends then, but they are good friends now. One's a clinical therapist who also has worked for years as a weekend job, a college job, working on golf courses. They understand that. And the other, her partner in practice, is a nurse practitioner who works with her on mental health issues and teaches nursing for Montana State. But anyway, these are what I call my guardian angels that I reached out to, and I said, you know, how can I not feel like this? I'm a little bit over it now. I pulled up my bootstraps short term, but I never want to have to feel like I did a couple days ago now. So they taught me, you know, talked with all these things. Pete, you are highly ADD. You are extremely OCD. And you know, some people would say, well, that's embarrassing to say or whatever, but I live by a motto. I'm happy to say the truth sometimes hurts. And it didn't really hurt. And it shouldn't hurt to be diagnosed or told you have those things. And so being able to work with cognitive behavioral therapy, one of their traits that they taught me to do is to basically like, okay, there's a pine cone there, Pete. Will that pine cone be there tomorrow? Yes. Will anyone else but you notice there's that pine cone in the parking lot? No. They'll see it, but they won't give a rat's rear end about that pine cone, you know? But so you shouldn't either. Worry about the important things that really are important to your job and let that other stuff go until tomorrow or at some other point. So that's the thing. And I want to mention, Lori, my fragmented mind is like, I wanted to jump in right then and say, one of the most important things, it's not just us, it's how we act that interact with others, our family, our friends, our staff, because I have a staff member who was, not to call him out so much, but had a lot of, I knew he had a little bit of a tougher upbringing and things like that, but family support and that, but he had not a chronic, but he had somewhat a good amount of absenteeism. And when he read my article I wrote, and he said, I'll be honest with you now, your anxiety caused me anxiety and caused me to not want to be around you when you were in your anxious state and ranting and raving about, God, there's a storm and how are we going to get this done? And the other thing with my fragmented mind, again, that point I wanted to make is that I think the thing with anxiety, and I don't consider myself to have severe anxiety. Others may say I do, but from in my brain, I have it, but it's not so severe that I can't function without it, but it affects me, is that part of anxiety is you have a plan, you have a path. Today I'm going to get this and this and this done. When something affects that path or that plan you had, and there's a deviation to that, which in our job there's a deviation every 30 seconds, it can send you over the edge. And I admittedly didn't handle that well. The deviations caused me to rant and rave sometimes. It's embarrassing to say, but it's the truth. And if it can help others to not do that to their staffs, to their family, to their kids, to their friends, then it's important to admit, what our shortcomings are and go from there. So.
Great. Well, thanks, Pete. We're going to jump into what I'm going to call round two, right? We've hopefully been sitting here saying, yeah, I could probably raise my hand for one of these challenges that have been described here. So now what? Okay, so how do we take this to the next level? How do we get out of these dark places? How do we seek help? So, Jim, with this survey that you conducted, what's next? What are you going to do with this thing to make a difference? It's great that you know this, but tell us where you're headed from here.
Yeah, so I'd say the first thing I've just learned in the last half an hour is that everybody in their workplace should have a pen with puppies playing in it in front of you, because this is the most relaxing thing I've ever been in. Now, you cannot have a mental health problem with that going on in front of you. It's extraordinary, if a little distracting. Actually, Laurie's covered it. So the thing that we've discovered, we didn't discover this. The thing that we finally opened our eyes to on this, and we've tried to be opening the eyes of others to on this, is that it's just got to become part of the conversation. As an example, I was speaking to somebody recently, involved in the governance of golf clubs in the UK. He is suggesting that every board of directors at a golf club should have a member of the board of directors whose responsibility is the staff. So you've got somebody for course, you've got somebody for social events, you've got somebody for membership, but without the staff there's no golf course. But nobody has that responsibility, which means it doesn't appear on the agenda for the meeting of the golf course, which means there's no conversation, which means the superintendent or the assistant superintendent or greenkeeper number 27 doesn't know there's a conversation about how he or she is feeling. You mentioned, I think, in some of your opening address, Rhett, about some of those pretty horrifying statistics. I think it's still the case that the biggest killer of men under, I think, 45 in the UK is suicide. That's pretty horrifying. And I look around our membership and I see, sadly, that it's all men, near enough, and a hell of a lot of them are under 45. They work alone through great chunks of their day. And when you walk into the mess room, I don't know what would you call it in America, the break room, whatever it is, they generally don't talk about how they're feeling. They talk about last night's football match or that irritating member or whatever else it is. So we're just trying to make sure that there is a conversation. As an example, we secured some funding. We've launched quite a small program, but over the next month we are training 100 of our members to be mental health first aiders, free of charge, 2-day course. We don't want to stop at 100. I mean, if we can get to 1,000, I would be thrilled with this. My accountant may not be, but we're really committed to this because, as Laurie, as you said, if you're having a heart attack, or if you fall over and hurt your leg, you go to the first aider. You come to work feeling pretty poor and mentally, you don't go and ask somebody because you don't believe that person will have anything useful to say. And I know we're probably pressed for time. I'll close on one extraordinary fact. Every general golf club manager that we have spoken to when we've discovered their superintendent or a member of staff is struggling with mental health, every single one has reacted incredibly. They've reacted surprised, first and foremost. One or two of them have gone, I thought there was something wrong. Most have gone, really? He covered that really well. But as soon as they've heard the question, they've gone, how do we help? What do we do? Let's have a conversation. Let's get some support from our HR network in. Let's make sure that that person is opening up in that situation. I think we all individually stigmatize. Pete, you did it for years. Miranda, you did it for years. You thought no one wanted to listen. Actually, we don't want to hear it, but once we've heard it, we can't unhear it. We want to get out and about there. So we have the conversation with the RNA and England Golf and Scottish Golf. Our members are having the conversation, or we're trying to have the conversation with their employers, and maybe one day with golfers, but I'm not sure when golfers will quite prioritise staff mental health over the ball speed. That's maybe a stretch too far to start with.
So Lori, let's turn to you now, because I'm fairly confident that there's somebody out there that would raise their hand right now and say, okay, I'm not going to go it alone. I'm not going to pull up my bootstraps. I'm depressed. What do they do? What's the immediate steps?
Well, the immediate step is to raise your hand.
Okay.
So actively seek out individuals that can talk with you without judgment. It's interesting that you're talking about training individuals internally. I'm a strong advocate for creating workplace ambassadors who are trained, who can be those individuals that have either done suicide intervention training, mental health first aid training, have the resources available to them, because yes, we want people to raise their hand. Yes, we want people to say, look, I'm struggling, I need some help. But we need to have those individuals that can receive that information without judgment. If you're feeling depressed, if you feel like you have a level of anxiety, be willing to make some calls, and we'll have some numbers, there's some information that you can reach out to someone, but just take that first step and say it to somebody. Let somebody know that you might need some help. There are a lot of different mental health professionals out there that can help you get the resources that you need. But if nothing else, please make sure that individuals within your organizations are trained so that you know who to go and talk to. Find those people that can talk to you without judgment. That's the biggest thing. We're so afraid that if we say something, somebody's going to judge us. What we're learning is rarely does anyone judge us for what we're saying. Reach out for help.
So Miranda, tell us when you started to that process of saying, I need help. Take us to that next phase. How did that, it was obviously still a journey, but walk us through how that transpired.
Well, in all honesty, the very first thing I did is go to a general practitioner. After I had my experience with going to the ER, that was kind of the next step that I went to, was go to my general practitioner. And what I came to find was that when you go to them, you more or less want to get them to get you to the right place. That's the point of the GP. It's not to give you the diagnosis, it's to point you in the right direction, because my general practitioner said, you don't seem like the type of person to be depressed to me. And that's absolutely the opposite of everything I was looking for in that appointment. It was devastating, and I said, I don't have depression, I have panic attacks. It's not the same thing. And to him it was. And that's not his specialty. And he was unwilling to send me to somebody to help me. And so then in that, I went on a journey on my own and did a lot of research online, and then eventually reached out to some friends in the industry that were open about it, like Paul McCormick up in Prince Edward Island in Canada, who's very open about it. And him and I sat down and had some personal conversations, and that was the biggest step for me to get to the place where I am today.
So along those same lines, and looking at the clock here as it winds down, we've got about 8 minutes here before we give a dog away, and I really would like for all of us to be able to, again, walk away with that next step. And each one of you, Miranda shared a bit of how she did that physically and mentally. But Pete, let's start with you. How did you actually find that help after your hand hand was raised. How did you find it?
It's, like I say, it's embarrassing to say mine was right there in front of me. So I knew who and how to reach out to someone. But like Miranda said, start with, hopefully you all have a regular physician that you see in some sort for annual checkup or something like that. But start, I'm old, I don't run to my phone immediately, but that's probably the first resource for everyone else is like, Google it, but start, you'd be amazed how your network of friends and trusted friends or even family member can say, I know someone who goes to someone who does that, so just reach out and maybe Google it is the best answer, but yeah, I was lucky. I knew someone who I could reach out to and see fairly quickly. So I don't have a great answer for that one, other than ask friends, trusted family members, things like that to go from there. Your regular physician, if you don't have a regular physician, just go to a walk-in clinic. If it's something that it needs immediate help, go to a walk-in clinic, and like Mo said, they will, they may not have the answer for you, but they have their network that they can get to the right person. The other thing, just so I don't forget again, the fragmented mind is, I had a great conversation last night. I won't take credit for it, but this is Garrett Turner from Moonlight Basin, of course, in my area. We were talking about it, and he says, I have 27 employees. I don't care how much equipment I have or whatever. Yes, it's essential, but I need to check in with each of my employees each day to see how they're doing. Without them, I can't function and I can't get my job done as superintendent. So it's like check in with your employees and build that trust and bond with them, is that I know you're my employee, but I want you to be a good employee. I want you to be comfortable here. I want to understand what's going on in your life. So know that you care about them as a human, not just a machine that does something on a machine.
So Lori, let's get to you here, because I think this is important. I'm going to go to this slide here, and I want you to share with us from a professional sense what resources are out there.
Absolutely. In fact, I was just going to mention this. Statistically, 7 out of 10 suicides that are completed are white men. This is a male-dominated industry. Now, not to say that women are immune. However, men don't seek help as often as they should. So here's a resource, mantherapy.org. And I love this. You can't fix your mental health with duct tape. Everything else, yes, not the mental health. So if you just want to understand how to ask for help, if you just want to understand what that conversation might sound like or who to reach out to, you can go to mantherapy.org. We all have heard, or hopefully have heard, of the new 3-digit suicide prevention hotline, just dialing 988. If we just dial 988, they're going to connect you with resources. You may not be at a state of suicidal ideation. Maybe you just need to talk to somebody because of the anxiety, because of the depression. They can connect you with those resources. If, however, the concern is suicide, then please know that the people on that line can help you with that. So, mantherapy.org, 988, or 800-273-TALK. You can also text 741-741. Just text the word TALK. They're going to connect you with people in your communities, in your area, that can be an excellent resource, connect you with somebody to talk to, connect you with other resources that you might need that can get you out of this dark place. Just get you to a place where you can really start to function and really have some amazing stories like we've heard here.
Yeah, I'd like to add one thing, and it's, Laurie and Pete are absolutely right, and this is not about the individuals that are necessarily suffering with mental health problems. I think most of the people in this audience now are leaders, are managers. They're people who will have responsibility for people. Our opportunity is to normalize this conversation so the stigma reduces. So that, just as you just said, Pete, checking in with your people, putting this on your agendas such that we do our very best to make it easier for somebody to admit that they're struggling. And more importantly, perhaps we start to then discuss the signs of mental health problems. And then, we've had a discussion internally in our own office. A number of our team went through some mental health training recently, and you could see them making furious notes because, right, that's a bit like so-and-so. I wonder. We've got to normalize this in the same way that you guys will make your workplace the most physically risk-free place that you can manage. That's part of your responsibility. We've got to make it as mentally risk-free as we can as well.
Well, as we summarize, I've learned something here, and we started with, you've got to raise your hand, but we've kind of come full circle to where I love the point that we're landing on, is that if each one of us take the responsibility to ask our neighbor, to ask our friend, or the person sitting next to you, how are you doing? That's going to cause them to ask that question. And if we continue to prod and do it with sincerity, they're going to open up and they're going to say, you know what, I'm not doing all that well. I'm depressed. I'm hurting. Or if it's to the point where, no, this is really serious. I don't know that I can continue. And we can share this. I think we're going to be that much better. And I want to, in the closing minute that we have, just go back to the panelists, because I'm a firm believer in all of us taking a proactive stance with our own wellness and taking time for ourselves, whether it's with health and just walking or doing something that gets you in a different frame of mind. So to end on a happy note, I want to hear from the panelists, where do they go for their happy place? And ask each one of you to make sure before you leave that you've got that happy place in mind and that you start visiting it more often. So Pete, where's the, I don't know what the, let me see if I got, I'm actually going to start with Miranda. So Miranda, where is Miranda's happy place?
My happy place is almost always somewhere near water. I absolutely love it. I live near the ocean. I will sit and listen to a babbling brook. I will do anything as long as it has to do with water. It's the most calming thing in the world to me.
Oh, I liked you with the beard.
That was a couple weeks ago. I shaved to come down to warm Orlando. My happy place is either on the couch watching TV with my wife, or my therapy is, I'm not nearly as physically fit as Red is, but I take a 3.5 mile walk every day, whether it's 25 below or 75 above, with headphones. It's not for the physical exercise. It's my favorite music on my iTunes. In my head, I walk down quiet streets so there's no traffic noise, and to just listen to my favorite music and clear my mind. I think about things, and that's where I go for peace and solitude.
All right, Lori, happy place.
It's a golf course, of
Awesome.
course. I'm not in the industry, so hanging out on a golf course is one of the best places. 64% of situational depression can be reduced through physical activity and getting outside. So we're all talking about getting outside. Mine's on the golf course.
Jimbo.
Oh, thanks, Rhett. I sent you about 10 photos. To me, my happy place is a mental decision rather than a physical one. So it's just making sure I take myself into the place in my mind where I'm relaxed. But that was taken last week. I managed to fit a ski trip in between your show and mine. And that was pretty good. If you'd asked me this week, I'd have given you a picture of Howl at the Moon. So, yeah.
Well, I'll end on my happy place, very similar to everyone else's, but I think when we can find a place where we can unplug from the world, where we can meditate and focus on something that's bigger than ourselves, and in this case, nature, I'm always happy. So hopefully each one of you have thought a little bit about where you're at. You're willing to raise your hand. You're willing to ask a friend how they're doing, and really ask them how they're doing, and then listen to that advice that's been given by this panel. Follow through with it, find your happy place, and we're about to make someone really happy here in a moment. And I'm looking out across the park here, the dog park, and we got a lot of people, and I know they're very excited to welcome up our next guest. I think we've got Lauren's out there. We've got everybody ready to go to give this dog away. So we're going to transition to this, so sit tight, don't move. And let's give this panel a round of applause.
Go ahead.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. All right, well, how's everybody doing right now? Enjoying this Thursday, enjoying the trade show floor. You've been around to all the booths, you've seen what's going on. An excellent conversation up here all about mental health, and something that I know helps mental health is dogs. And I know a lot of attention has been going on right here, so we are about to get to the moment that everyone has been waiting for. To help me do this, I would like to introduce Mark Schneid, Head of Commercial Operations for America's region for Envu. So Mark, come on up. You're going to help me reveal the winner for this year's Flyaway Geese giveaway. And once again, thank you so much to Envu for being an important sponsor of this event and this special giveaway. So Mark, take it away.
Thanks, Laura.
Test, test, test on Mark's mic.
Test, test.
We could bring up Mark's mic. Yep, you should be good.
Okay, good. Thanks, Lauren.
Of course.
And thank you very much, first and foremost, to the GCSAA for hosting this amazing event, bringing us all together in terms of celebrating our commitment and dedication to this industry, to the innovation and the optimism that we have for what we're doing here. And we've enjoyed reconnecting as part of Envu with each and every one of you. And while this is our first event here as Envu, it's not our first event as part of the golf industry. I think if you've been over to the Envu booth, you've seen the same innovative solutions, products, as well as, most importantly, the team that's helped you over the years be successful. And we continue to innovate, including with our new Resilia root health solution that you'll see out in the marketplace in the near future. The one thing I will say, though, is now that we're Envu, we're a standalone business. And what that means is we're fully dedicated 100% of our time to serving the environmental science market and serving your needs and ensuring your success. So I want to say with great pride, our team is incredibly excited to work with you, to partner with you, to partner with the industry to advance golf. So again, we look forward to working with you as Envu and ensuring your success. And without further ado, let's get to what you've all really come for. And let's figure out who's going to be the lucky person to leave with a Flyaway Geese dog today.
Always one of the highlights of this show. So without further ado, let's please welcome up to the stage founder and owner of Flyaway Geese, Rebecca Gibson. Rebecca, come on up. And Rebecca's not alone. Rebecca, tell us about our furry friend first.
So we have Jen here. Jen is a Flyaway Geese dog that we imported from Wales about 2 years ago. She's 2 years old. She's done all the demos for you guys this week, and it's been a great show for us. And I'm going to tell you, this is our 5th year that we've been giving away dogs here at the GCSAA show. And I can't say enough thanks to Envu for the partnership. It's been fantastic to see these Border Collies and our logo up here on the big stage. We couldn't have done it without Envu, and it's just been a great partnership. And I know you guys are all here to find out who won the dog, so I won't take up so much time. But thank you from Flyaway Geese, and we look forward to next year's show and the show after that. I mean, this has just been great. The dogs have had a blast.
All right, so let's get to it. Our winner for this year's Flyaway Geese giveaway is, straight out of the Sunshine State himself, he did not have to go far, Mark Patterson. Mark, come on up. Hopefully Mark is in the crowd. We're going to keep an eye out for him right now. Here he is, Mark. He looks surprised. Hey, that's a good reaction. Come on up, yeah. All right, Mark, you're our winner this year for 2023. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Now, Mark is not the only lucky person in this room. Rebecca, we've got a little surprise for everyone, don't we?
Yes, so I'm going to tell you guys that we had a experience like none other. They're going to cue some photos for you guys. So initially when this contest went out this year, there were supposed to be videos sent in. And
the videos wouldn't upload to the website. So therefore, nobody did any videos. But I had one golf course superintendent who came to me here at the show, and he's a first-year member, and he came to me and he said, I made the video. I've got to show it to you. And this man put more time and more energy into having a friend of his make this video. We couldn't get it to play because the sound wouldn't work, but if you imagine Sarah McLachlan playing, there was a section for that. There was a section from Taken, from the phone call where he calls and says that he's coming to get his daughter, okay? And there was a SpongeBob section to this video, and I promise you all I'm going to upload it to the Flyaway Geese page so you can all see it. You can scroll through the pictures. As you can see, these guys have got a pretty serious goose problem. And when I watched this video last night, I said to myself, I said, you know, this guy's put forth a lot of effort. This is what they putt through, and put a lot of time into this. And thanks to the folks at Envu, we've been able to make a decision that we're going to give away 2 Flyaway Geese dogs. And one of them is going to, are you ready? Sterling Jackson. You are also the winner this year of our Flyaway Geese drawing. Sterling, is that you? Come on up. He's recording what's going up on stage, and he himself needs to just come up on stage. Congratulations, Sterling. Clearly, just looking at the conditions of these greens, you can see how much Sterling's property desperately deserves one of these dogs. So congratulations, Sterling. So I will say, too, that Sterling's new dog's name is Envu. And so our partnership with Envu is very important to us, and we're super excited to be able to provide both of you guys with Flyaway Geese dogs this year.
Thank you.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. How cool is that? And I will post the video. You all have to watch this video. Yeah, where can we find that video? At Flyaway Geese on our Facebook page. I'll have it posted this afternoon. I'll put it on Twitter if I can get it uploaded. You've got to watch Sterling's video. It's worth checking out. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us right now for our Flyaway Geese drawing. Thank you to Envu. Thank you to Rebecca and everyone who made this possible. We will see you in just a few moments for our send-off celebration. Congratulations. Awesome.